submission of the application, then the sort of statutory requirements typically kick in with a requirement for notice of complete application to the community. Then we get into the peer review process, as we've been talking about. After that, the county and townships in the county of Peterborough have looked at the process to require that peer review and the answers to sort of the technical questions are dealt with prior to the public meeting. That way we can, with confidence at the public meeting, address the issues that the public may raise, right? That, you know, various components of the projects have been considered and addressed, and from a technical standpoint, we're satisfied that the project meets the applicable standards and regulations. So then we have the notice of public meeting, and we hold the statutory public meeting. And then after the public meeting, sometimes the councils can provide their decision on the day of public meeting, or defer the decision till a later date at the discretion of council. So what Bill 109 and Bill 23 did is sort of make some changes that will need to be addressed through some changes in that process, where we've traditionally sort of coordinated our planning approvals for combinations ZBA, OPA, or subdivision applications where there's joint approvals needed. And I'll get into that as we go through the presentation. The next slide I have is sort of regarding timelines. But just I have a note here, just that peer review is not a component that's specifically addressed in the Planning Act as being required. It's sort of if you would call it, an industry standard that municipalities engage in to ensure that there is a level of technical review conducted on reports submitted in support of a development application. And a lot of municipalities, smaller ones like ours, we just don't have the in-house technical expertise to be able to peer review a lot of these documents. So we use third-party consultants or outside agencies like the Conservation Authority to provide that review for us. So in terms of timelines, what you see in this next slide, there's 6 types of major applications there on the left column. And then we have the timelines in the middle, and then what's really changing the process and how we coordinate is really the effect of the reimbursements required if or council does not provide a decision within the time frame provided for under the Planning Act. The consequence prior to this, other than the reimbursement, was the time frame really just opens up an appeal opportunity for the proponent that a decision has not been made within the set time frame under the Planning Act. Therefore, now I can appeal this matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal. It's not uncommon in the past that the timelines have we exceed them. Again, going back to this whole peer review process, there's several iterations of that can be required, and councils and local municipal planning departments don't have much control over the time frame around peer review. Especially on the proponent side. From our side, our peer review service agreements with our various outside third-party consultants, or even with the Conservation Authority, stipulate a 30-day turnaround time. So typically in the past, that's what they've adhered to. But again, if we have several iterations of that, it's pretty clear that we'll be over the time frame required. And there hasn't really been that many. Ian can maybe speak to this, but there hasn't really been that many appeals of decision not being made in the legislated time frame, as long as we're working in good faith together to get to an approval. I don't know if you want to add to that a little bit.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. So it's a very consistent approach, is that as long as the application is moving through the process, most developers are quite satisfied, because they know if you're stuck on a certain peer review regarding stormwater or hydrogeological issue and you haven't satisfied the peer reviewer yet, if you were to appeal the matter and go to the Ontario Land Tribunal, you now have to satisfy the Ontario Land Tribunal that you can service the development. So the same level of studies are going to have to be satisfied in the mind of the Ontario Land Tribunal as they are for council. So generally, as long as the application is moving forward and there's discussion back and forth that we're having the appeals. I'd say we probably, in my years at the county, since we've had subdivision approval authority, I think we've had 2 applications that were appealed on non-decision. And those were appealed on the basis of the proponent just wasn't satisfied with the state of the process. They had a lot of negative comments and they weren't able to address the comments, and so they decided to take it out of the hands of the municipality and take it to the Ontario Land.
So continuing on, I'll just summarize here what's in the table. We just go through it. So subdivision is 120-day time frame. Official plan amendments is 120-day time frame for decision. Consents are 90 days, but those are, I just put that in there for reference. There's minimal involvement from a township perspective with consent applications. Zoning bylaw amendments is a 90-day approval or decision time frame, or extended to 120 days if there's a joint official plan amendment needed in order to implement the zoning amendment. Site plan control has been upped as a result of Bill 109. I should have made a note about that. It used to be 30 days. It's now 60 days. And then minor variance is 30 days. So reimbursement of fees affects almost, well, exclusively township applications of zoning bylaw amendment and site plan control. So that was the impetus behind the change in how we deal with peer review is the reimbursement component, right? So that we can make sure that we're adhering to the decision time frame and not have to refund fees because we may be going over that time frame, right? So next slide, pre-consultation. What is it? So pre-consultation is a meeting that allows the potential applicants or proponents or their authorized representatives to present and discuss a development proposal with relevant staff and external agencies. So we bring various agencies to the table and we go through both a discussion about the project, the approval process required for the particular project. As I mentioned before, it's mandatory for official plan amendment, zoning amendment, subdivision, and site plan control applications. When it comes to minor variance that, you know, just affects the township, we do encourage people to speak to us in regard to their project before they submit application, right? And we do that regularly through email and conversations with our local designers and things like that, and even landowners. So when county and township approvals are needed, a representative from the county will attend the pre-consultation, and this could be somebody from the planning department where there's a joint planning approval, and commonly can also occur with developments along county roads, where our county public works department will sit at the pre-consultation meeting to provide their input. Presently, we're generally holding these meetings virtually. A lot of that changed as a result of COVID, but we find that's a really easy way to hold the pre-consultation meetings. It's more convenient for people, so we're continuing with that practice. As I mentioned, so that attendees at a pre-consultation meeting typically include the applicant or the proponent, our fire department, our public works staff, county public works staff, township building and planning department staff. So our manager here, I don't think I mentioned county planning department staff, Peterborough Public Health, on availability, they may sit in, they're very busy. So it's kind of sporadic as to how often they're able to attend, but they will provide comments typically either before or after the meeting. Same with Curve Lake First Nations. They're invited, but may not always be able to attend. They have a lot of, they're very busy, so they'll either provide comments before or after. The Autonomy Region Conservation Authority staff and other agencies as required. For example, one of them might be the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks in cases where we have septic systems that require to service more than 10,000 liters per day of effluent, right? Then you get MECP approvals required rather than the local health unit. The outcome of the pre-consult meeting is a record of pre-consultation, which summarizes the meeting and the reports required in support of an application. The pre-consultation record of pre-consultation, we create a draft here. at the local planning department, and we circulate that to the agencies that were at the table to review before we send them out in case we missed any relevant points. And once that review is done, we send the notes out to the proponent. Typically, we try to get the notes done in about a week to 10 days. And then once the proponent gets those notes, they're able to start, their side of the putting together the application. So as you can see on the next slide, that's sort of a cut and paste of our blank template form of the results of the meeting and what that record of prompt pre-consultation looks like. Obviously, it would be filled in for after, once we have a meeting. So yeah, so there's not much was changed as a result of for the pre-consultation meetings as a result of Bill 109 and Bill 23. That process will continue and sort of unaffected. So the next step is peer review. What is it? So peer review is the process by which technical reports are professionally evaluated. The peer review agencies that the township and county utilize include the Autonomy Region Conservation Authority and external private consulting firms that are on contract with either the county or the township. So the steps of how we engage in the peer review process is we enter into a peer review agreement with the peer review or with the proponent, stipulating that a deposit is required. We hold a deposit here at either the county or the township planning department in order to pay our peer reviewer. The peer review deposit amount is in our schedule of fees, either at the county or township level, and we collect that fee and hold that in our finance department. Here, Lane would be administering that, and the finance department at the county would otherwise track that. So peer review is generally required for various reports I've listed there. So it could be like stormwater management reports, traffic impact studies, environmental impact studies, hydrogeological studies, functional servicing reports. Those deal with like municipal infrastructure from water and sewer, could have NIWA's impact studies. And then in certain cases, there may be some other odd reports that may be required, but the above mentioned ones are sort of the standard ones that we may require as part of a development application. So what's changed? I sort of alluded to this. It's the timeframes under Bill 109 that required the peer review clearances to be required by the township as part of a complete application. So as a result of that, the earliest we could receive a zoning bylaw amendment application is after peer review is completed. So that'll affect our ability to issue a notice of complete application, for example, with the county. It would also affect potentially down the road when we schedule a public meeting, and I'll get into that a little bit more as we get into the statutory public meeting section of the presentation. Site plan application has more to do with detailed design, and that's always been traditionally done following the major approvals for either official plan amendments or subdivision. So there won't be too much change there. But again, the detailed design peer review at site plan control stage will also have to be completed as part of a complete application. So there may be further peer reviews once you get through the peer review at sort of the conceptual level at official plan amendment and zoning amendment. Now you're into specific detailed design at the site. And those detailed design components will also may or may not need detailed peer review. We assess that on a case-by-case basis, right? Depending on the project. So what's changed? So one of the big changes under Bill 23 was the change of responsibility for the Conservation Authority. Peer review by the Conservation Authority, we relied on them primarily for environmental impact studies and review of stormwater management reports. With regard to environmental impact studies, the Conservation Authority traditionally has reviewed both for natural heritage and natural hazard components with respect to provincial policy and local policy. For stormwater management reports, they traditionally reviewed for both water quantity and quality. That's changed now where Orca is only going to be able to provide comment in regard to natural hazards. So things like steep slopes, floodplains, that type of thing. And also only water quantity issues, not water quality. And that's sort of summarized in my next table here. That table has been provided by the Conservation Authority. So you can see they have some check marks on what's in scope and what's out of scope. And it sort of reflects what I said. Their focus is going to be natural hazards and water quantity as it relates to flooding issues and things of that nature. Yep.
One thing I would add to this is because this is relatively new, and the Conservation Authority obviously has been involved in a number of applications, particularly at the county level, and I would imagine at the township level. So they have offered, I think they've done this through Conservation Ontario. Most of the Conservation Authority is doing the same, where they're going to have a transition period. So those that they have already reviewed and commented on, they're willing to continue to be involved in that process. Otherwise, if we were to bring a peer reviewer in at this point to start, any logical peer reviewer probably wants to start at step one to look at all the work that's been done to date before they would sign off their name on the work and say that it addresses it. So the CAs have agreed that those files that are in process, they will continue this one's out. Anything that we receive as of today, anything related to natural heritage, those are being peer reviews, our peer reviewers undertaking those reviews and not use.
Thanks, Ian. So as I mentioned, that traditionally we've generally coordinated with the county through the county's peer reviewer for development applications requiring joint peer reviews. In certain cases, there may be also, even with those situations where there's a specific municipal concern with like infrastructure in Lakefield, primarily, we may need additional outside consulting that could be addressed on a case-by-case basis. Going forward, there's going to be the change of, we're going to need additional peer review services at the township level to replace what Orca has traditionally done, as Ian and I have been speaking about. So the options going forward are and our manager of building and planning is exploring this. We can enter into an agreement unilaterally with somebody that we find through an RFP process, or the county has offered that we can enter into a joint peer review agreement with the county. And then so we would have like a common peer review consulting firm. I don't know if either of you want to add anything to that, but we're sort of in the exploratory phase of that.
Yeah, the only thing I would add around the peer review piece is that obviously we try to make sure there's no duplication in peer reviews, that the county's peer reviewer isn't reviewing the same material if the township has hired their own peer reviewer. So that's a important distinction to make sure that we're not duplicating and costing the applicant twice as much. Yeah, the current peer review process that we've had it in place since I would say the mid-90s, when the province downloaded a lot of, they got out of a lot of reviews, downloaded it onto the county. And so obviously we didn't have the in-house expertise to say review a hydrogeological study. So that was, we hired a consulting firm to do that work on our behalf. Currently we use a company by the name of Stantec. They're a multidisciplinary company. They can review everything under the sun as far as technical reports. Our contract with them is will be coming to an end at the end of this year. So we will be going to an RFP process probably early fall and that's a process we go through about every 4 years. And obviously we try to secure a firm that has the technical ability to review the range of studies, and obviously we all try to secure the best price for having that work done. So we are open to, if the municipality wants to be part of that process. We'll actually probably open it up to a number of the municipalities within the county soon. they wanted to explore that with us. So that'll be something happening as well.
Thanks very much, Ian. So the next part is this sort of public engagement component, is sort of the next step that we coordinate with the county planning department. So what is that? So the Planning Act requires, depending on the type of application, a notice of complete application, and also a notice of a public meeting. And this public meeting that's required by the Planning Act is known as the statutory public meeting. It's hosted by local council, including for official plan amendment and subdivision applications. There's a representative from county council that attends those meetings when there isn't, like I said, a county application jointly with any local application for a zoning amendment, for example. A county planning department rep is also in attendance to speak to the county planning opinion at that meeting. And the proponents consultants may also be at that meeting, and they typically are, to answer technical questions from the public, right? Outside of that, the sort of the legal requirements, the proponent may host additional neighborhood meetings. And it's, you know, if an application is particularly controversial and we're getting a lot of public input, like say after the notice of complete application, we'll start to see input, and we'll obviously provide those comments to the proponent. Typically the proponent's consultants will want to nip that in the bud and host some additional meetings to try and answer the community's concerns around those development applications, right? But county and township planning departments don't typically get involved in those consulting open houses, right? So what's changed? The big change that Bill 23 that is it eliminated the need for public meetings to be held for plans of subdivision. For subdivisions, the ZBA applications, Ian and I have discussed it, we'll likely defer that until after draft plan approval and any related official plan amendment application approval. So the opportunity there, we're sort of splitting the joint public meeting where we're in the past, we would have had OPA subdivision ZBA public meeting. Because of the peer review component change, we'll likely hold the public meeting for the zoning amendment separately. And then where there's only an official plan amendment and a zoning amendment application required, we've discussed it, and I think going forward we'll just address that at each public or at each pre-consultation meeting and consultation with the proponent when we're going to hold that statutory public meeting, whether it's going to be jointly or separately. I don't know if you want to add any further thoughts on that. Okay. Mary, I sent me a question there last night. So I added the slide here, the next slide, what's changed in terms of the statutory public meeting requirement. So there's our 6 major types of planning applications and which applications required a statutory public meeting. So as you can see, subdivisions, yes. Official plan amendments, yes. Consents is sort of an if required. Not a lot of involvement, again, from the township level and consent applications other than providing agency comments, but Ian can elaborate on this a bit, but it's sort of an if required. And the if required is if there's going to be a negative planning report in regard to a severance application, or if there's some kind of public concern over a particular consent application, then the county will hold a land division committee meeting. Otherwise, there's staff approval and a public meeting will not be held. Zoning bylaw amendments, yes, that hasn't changed. However, it's not required for holding removal amendments or interim control bylaws. Site plan control, nothing's changed. There was no public meeting requirement before or after Bill 23, and minor variances continue to have, as you know, we continue to have our committee of adjustment meetings. So the last slide here on this table just sort of summarizes what we've been discussing. So subdivision OPA and ZBA we used to hold joint public meetings. We'll no longer do that. And OPA and ZBA prior to Bill 103 and Bill 109 and Bill 23, we did hold joint meetings, and now we'll make it sort of a to be determined. Well, the next part of our presentation is dealing with our major applications.
Can I just interrupt for a second?
Yeah.
We didn't know what you were going to be talking about, so it's difficult to declare a conflict of interest, not knowing what you're going to talk about.
Okay.
And so we do have one that is occurring, and I'll turn it over to Deputy Mayor Black.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Cernus. Yeah, again, I wasn't aware that your slide presentation was going to include the Abbey Field project, and so I will declare on that one. I'm the president of the volunteer president of Abbey Field House Society of Lakefield. I'm also a donor and a lender to the project. So I'll declare on that, and I'll leave the room when you get to those two slides.
Okay, very good. So the major applications that are the 5 here listed. Lakefield South is probably the one that we're most aware of, and the public is probably most concerned about. We've got the Hubble subdivision. I may ask Ian to step in on this one because it's got quite a bit of history to it. I'll provide some, basic site statistics. We've also got the Lovesick Lake Trailer Park expansion, 45 Bishop Street subdivision, and the Abbey Field multi-unit seniors residence. So the Lakefield South subdivision is a subdivision proposal for 966 units at total build out. The first phase is what will be stepping back a little bit. What we'll do is bring the whole subdivision under what's called draft plan approval. And then each phase or group of phases as determined by the proponent will be given final approval. Once you get your final approval, that steps you into the position then of going through and getting your building permits for that particular phase, right? So phase 1, which is what the proponent is going to bring online first, is 110 units and 4 multi-unit buildings. We're currently waiting for a resubmission to address some peer review comments on that particular project. And in this particular case, there's also official plan and zoning bylaw amendments required. I think for this one, because the application for, maybe you can help me with my memory here, because this application was started in advance of Bill 23 and Bill 109, we can continue with the previous project. We're not under the reimbursement requirement, so it'll just follow the regular process. We'll hold a joint public meeting. So there's a picture of Lakefield South, the whole draft plan. I know it's a little small, but you get a sense of it's a big project. The next one's the Hubble subdivision. This is at 2379 Chemung Road. It's about halfway up between here, Peterborough and Bridgenorth. It's 22 lots for single detached dwellings. And again, in this case, we're looking for some resubmissions pending to address peer review comments. And there's both official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendments required for that one as well to reflect the current proposal. There's some history here, right? Because they did have draft plan approval previously.
Yeah, so through you, Mayor, this was a development that took place in the early 90s, was known as the McMaster subdivision at that point in time. And it was for an estate development, and they went through and had an official plan amendment to the plan of subdivision, draft plan of subdivision. It was appealed by neighbors at the time and went to the former Ontario Municipal Board, and they received a decision on draft plan approval and official plan amendment. The developer never proceeded with the development at that point in time, and the property did change hands. The property owner of the day came in and said, I don't want this draft plan approval on my property anymore. I want it removed. So we went through that process and removed draft plan approval. However, the land use designation stayed with the property. And when the current owner purchased the property, he realized he had this land use designation on his property that would allow for a form of residential development. So proceeded with new applications, of course, new date, new policies, new application. And so, yeah, we're in the process right now. That application has been circulated to the agencies, received comments back. he's working through that process of addressing all the concerns. So I think with that one, if we get through this next round of agency concerns and we get sign-offs, I think we're looking forward with that application.
So the next bigger project is Lovesick Lake Trailer Park expansion. It's 46 additional trailer sites. It's going through currently official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment applications. And again, with this one, it's pending response to peer review comments regarding traffic impact study review comments, EIS and stormwater comments from the Conservation Authority. Some of the components of the traffic study review included like entrance visibility, recommendation for a hammerhead turnaround, and those types of things. So Lovesick Trailer Park, you can see there, that's sort of the layout of the proposed expansion. There is also a related consent application for a lot addition in order to provide that on the west side of the project at entrance driveway to be part of the lands for the expansion. Not just to provide access to the expansion lands. The next one is 45 Bishop Street. This is a proposal for 16 dwelling units. Lots 1 to 4 of the subdivision will be semi-detached dwellings, and blocks 5 and 6 will be 4-unit townhouses. It's a freehold development, and again, it's sort of we're waiting for a response to peer review comments on that particular application.
For this one, I could say this is another sort of longstanding development application. The drainage, the way the site slopes, drainage from the site, originally they were looking at having drainage go across a neighboring property and then ultimately have two concessions. And the neighboring property owner wasn't really open to that process. So they did look at changing the drainage pattern on the property, and so they've received comments back and we're waiting response on this.
Okay, I'm just going to take a moment to allow Deputy Mayor Black to leave the room. Sorry. All right.
All right, thank you. So the last sort of major project within the Township of Selwyn is the Abbeyfield project. This is at 93 Ermatinger in Lakefield. It's a 19-unit seniors residence. And again, we're sort of waiting for a response to peer review comments. We're working through at the moment to come to an agreement that potentially what's outstanding can be dealt with at detailed design stage. One of the major issues is some of the potential upgrades to our municipal sewage system, sanitary sewers that may be required. So we're just waiting to get some agreement on that, on what needs to be left in terms of what needs to be done now as sort of proof of concept to allow the OPA and ZBA to go through, and then what can be left to detailed design through site plan control, right? And
All
so,
right. If we can, are you done with the Abbeyfield?
just the next slide is it just shows the layout for the site. Sorry, it's a small scale, so it doesn't really show it particularly clearly, but you can see the elevation drawing on the right and the layout sort of the building towards the south end of the property on the next slide there.
Okay,
So,
thank
yeah,
you.
that's it. I'm done with that one.
All right.
And so the last piece here is the OP update. So I'll turn it over to Ian to discuss that.
Thanks, Bear. So those of you that are new on council, we went through a new county official plan. The previous plan had been in place since 1994. And although we had gone through a number of amendments over the years, because there had been so much change in provincial legislation, we thought it was time for an update. The old plan had 4 of our 8 townships that also utilized it as its local official plan, and our township being one of them. We now have 7 out of the 8 townships that have jumped on to the county official plan and will utilize it as their local official plan. Under the legislation, we were required to have the new plan adopted by July 1st of last year. And so we went through a pretty onerous 3-year process. Legislation changed probably 4 times during that 3-year period. So we'd be 1 step forward, 2 steps back. We had a technical advisory committee made up of planning staff from each of the local municipalities. We had the 2 First Nations also sat on our technical advisory committee. We had to do a growth management study that was a requirement under legislation, and we hired a firm by the name of Hempson to do that work on our behalf. Obviously, all the big agencies were players, the province, as far as providing input on the plan. Long story short, we had a very successful public outreach, which, considering we were in COVID, but we flipped everything virtual, and we had virtual open houses with excellent attendance, actually, probably far better than any ones that I've ever had when we've had them in person. And I guess that's just a luxury, you can sit at your kitchen table and participate in a meeting as opposed to trying to get to it. We had surveys that we quizzed the public on things of interest to them. And we also use that as an education tool. So, do you want to see this type of development? Yes, well, if that type of development can't happen, we'd have a drop down box to say, you understand that as a result of this type of legislation, you can't do that. So we used it as an educational tool as well as trying to get input from the public. We had over 1,200 responses to our surveys, which was excellent. We had excellent attendance at our open houses. I think we received well over 100 pieces of correspondence from the public on the actual plan. So the plan was adopted on June 28th by County Council, and it was submitted to the province for approval. They are the approval authority. Shortly after we made the submission, we received a letter from the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing advising that they weren't going to meet their timeline. And so he was exempting themselves from meeting that approval timeline. We meet tri-weekly with our local Kingston office of Municipal Affairs and Housing, purely to stay on the radar. Where are we at? What stage are we at? I'll be quite honest with you, a lot of those meetings are 10 to 15 minutes long because there's not much to report other than an assurance that it's not sitting on the corner of someone's desk. It has been sent out to the required agencies and municipal various provincial agencies for their review and comment. Nothing has been flagged as far as, we really think you guys went sideways on this policy and we may have to bring you back. And so it was, we had a fairly good feeling about the document. And then earlier this month, the province dropped a new piece of planning legislation, which is proposed, and that's the provincial planning policy. And so we actually had a meeting with the province already scheduled the day after that legislation was dropped, and we said, what is the implication of this on the official plan or the official plan approval? Their short answer was, we haven't really had a chance to explore this with Toronto. So we don't really have any guidance for you at this point. And our next meeting is scheduled with them for May 9th. We thought we would, instead of 3 weeks, we'd wait a month. And we would wait and see that them have their discussions with the Toronto Ministry of Municipal Affairs and hopefully get a little more direction. So I'm hopeful that any changes that are required, historically, we've been able to see any draft modifications and have discussions with the province. If they've come back with a certain wording, we've been able to come back and say, we massage that a little bit, this wording would be a little better. Historically, they have done that. As you've probably seen with the city of Peterborough's decision, I don't really only know that they were aware that the decision was coming, so there didn't appear to be that level of dialogue that there has been historically. So I'm not sure what process we would follow. It's a wait and see.
So the last bit is sort of the Q and A session that I was referring to at the beginning of the presentation. I did receive some questions yesterday afternoon. Maybe Ian and I will try and tackle those first, and then we can take some verbal questions. So there's a number of points here. Mary sent a number of questions, one of them regarding what are sort of interim control bylaws and holding bylaws. So interim control bylaws are really used by a municipality to put a stop on a certain type of development or development in a certain area in order for the municipality to have time to conduct research, to develop policies around a particular type of development or in a certain area. They're infrequently used. They're 1 year plus 1 year is sort of they're in effect for 1 year with a possibility of extension for an additional year. In the local municipality here, and Janice probably, and both Ian and Janice probably would remember more about this than I do, but we did use that tool here at Selwyn for the cannabis bylaw. I don't know if you want to add anything about that process. No, okay. Skip on to the next one.
Well, I was going to say as a general note for interim control. So as Per mentioned, you're generally doing a study. And generally the outcome of that study may result in you want to do an amendment to the official plan or an amendment to your zoning bylaw to put regulation or policy in place to deal with that issue. So that's gives you that time period to review it, understand what the issues are, and try and develop policy or regulation to deal with that particular issue.
Holding bylaws are you can put what's known as a H symbol done as part of a zoning bylaw amendment application, and the holding symbol is just sort of a condition to be fulfilled prior to whatever zone you put on a piece of property to allow it to be developed in accordance with that zone requirement. Typically, the township has used those historically for a holding zone symbol for a site plan control. One of the other sort of major reasons that it could be used is for brownfield development. So you could put a hold symbol on a piece of property pending cleanup of the site, right? So yeah, typically, like I said, in Selwyn, it's typically used just put a hold symbol on the property pending site plan control. Inclusionary zoning is a urban concept. It can only be used around protected major transit station areas. It would be around Toronto. It deals with high density development and protecting certain units within that high density area for affordability. The Planning Act and the regulations speak to what constitutes affordability, right? And there's very specific parameters around that. Not a tool that's applicable within Selwyn. We don't have any major transit station areas. Community planning. Community planning permit system. This is an alternative to traditional zoning. It combines the tools of zoning, minor variance, and site plan control into a permit system. So it runs a little bit different. You're replacing like I said, the three traditional aspects of zoning, minor variance, and site plan control into a different sort of approval regime. So we don't interact with it here because we don't have one. It would be a council decision to switch to this, right? There's only limited examples in Ontario of municipalities that are using this. Is like half a dozen or so. It used to be known as a development permit system. So it's been around for quite a while. They just recently renamed it in the last 3 or 4 years or so to the community permit planning system. There hasn't been a lot of uptake by municipalities on this one. If council was interested in that, I think we would really need to explore the pros and cons of doing this, because it is a departure from sort of the normal process or sort of better known processes that have been in place for many years, right?
You also have to go through a fairly extensive official plan amendment to put the required policy in place to allow you to proceed with that.
So deeming, or what is a deeming bylaw? Deeming bylaw is just sort of a minor planning approval that can be done to remove a couple of lots or from a plan of subdivision. And that's in order, there's an automatic merger provision under the Planning Act for parcels. If you have own parcel A and you buy parcel B, if they're put under the same ownership name, they automatically merge unless they're part of a plan of subdivision. Then you can own both properties and they won't automatically merge. In some cases, the property owner does want them to merge to become one parcel. So the way to do that is through a deeming bylaw to say you're no longer part of a plan of subdivision, then the automatic merger thing comes into effect and the properties are joined legally, right?
And your municipality has done a couple of these in the past that I'm aware of in Bridge North, in the older part of Bridge North. Where, I call them sort of postage stamp size lots, where someone has come in and maybe bought 3 of the lots, and the home that they're gonna build is actually gonna go across 3 lots. So they would do a deeming bylaw, passage of the deeming bylaw would essentially remove those lot lines and treat it as a singular lot. I believe the way the Planning Act reads is you can only do a deeming bylaw on a plan of subdivision that's been registered for over 8 years. So there are some restrictions around it. You can't do it on an immediately approved plan of subdivision.
I have a question here from Deputy Mayor Black.
Thank you through you, Mayor Sennis. So a lot addition, how does that differ from a deeming bylaw? I know on my farm, I bought the property next and merged it into what was the original farm, actually. I brought it back to the original farm, but that was done through a lot addition process.
Want to speak to that? So, yeah, the deeming bylaw is only applicable to plans of like a registered plan of subdivision. So your farm wouldn't have been created through that process. So there's a separate process through the consent application process to do a lot addition.
I could also add that lot addition adds with a portion of a parcel, whereas a deeming bylaw would be dealing with the whole of a parcel within a plan of subdivision. So even within a plan of subdivision, if you wanted to take a portion of a lot or a block and add it to an existing subdivision lot, you can still go through the lot addition process for that in order to complete that boundary adjustment, right? So the next question we had was about minor variances and clarifying what is meant by minor.
I didn't know if there was any kind of.
Yeah. There's so much case law around what is minor. It basically, like I said, the case law stipulates that you can't get into mathematical calculations. It more stems on adverse effect. So through the 4 tests of a minor variance, you can almost stipulate that it's minor, provided it meets the general intent and purpose of your official plan and general intent and purpose of your zoning bylaw. If it does those first 2 tests, it's also to meet the is it desirable and appropriate test, right? Because your official plan says, here's the land uses we want to see in this area. Your zoning has some, restrictions and regulations in regard to uses on a particular property. If it meets the first test, it just kind of naturally follows through to the last 2 tests, right? Is there an opportunity to clarify what minor is? Yes. So they did that. Was a Bill 108 that added a subsection to that municipalities may add further criteria than the 4 tests of a minor variance. I would caution though, if town council was interested in adding local council criteria, the door is always open for somebody to go through a zoning amendment instead to address pretty much exactly the same request for relief, right? So then you don't do the 4 tests or meet the additional criteria. You just go through the requirements for zoning bylaw amendment, right? How often do we say no to minor variances? Not very often. Sorry, and I laugh, but in all seriousness, like while pre-consultation is not mandatory for minor variances, we do work through with landowners and designers if we see anything that's of a high level of concern with us, right, that change your design plan before we bring it to committee such that we can say yes, right, with confidence, right? So the intent is that we really don't want to bring forward an application in order to recommend a denial. Like, we'll work through that in advance, right? Can it be denied before it makes it to the committee? No, we can only say that we would not recommend this for approval. And we would recommend you change the design. Now, so it's pretty rare then that a designer or a landowner would say, well, I'm just going to go ahead and get my denial and appeal, for example, right? So yeah, it's up to the Committee of Adjustment to actually give the denial decision, right? Is there additional training for Committee of Adjustment? I believe as we had our discussion for today's meeting that Clerk's Department is arranging for further courses on planning approvals. Is that right?
Oh, I think you're doing the AMO training.
Yeah.
Through you, I did the AMO training yesterday morning. That's why my questions are so direct.
Oh.
But I've signed up for the extensive yesterday with the basic level training, what is planning and the concepts and such. In the fall, there's a secondary portion of it, which really gets into the weeds of it and why it's important to decision makers. And my question is there anything available before that? Because I feel like 6 months down the road, I don't know how I'll feel about those questions and such.
The Clerk's Department have any feedback on that?
Sorry, I believe that you did have some minor variance training as well. I'm not aware of anything else. It's unfortunate at the AMO training, you couldn't get into some of the earlier sessions. We could check and just see if there's a cancellation, if we can get you into something earlier than that.
Actually, I'll come to you, Janice. Ian, maybe you know this. Through Land Division, there is an organization that is over that. And do they provide training for?
So there is an organization called the OACA.
Yeah.
It's called. And so they offer training. We use it with respect to consent. So our committee, our Land Division committee offers training. I'm honestly not aware of their level of training for piece of adjustment.
Okay.
Yes, I think John had a comment that he wanted to make as well.
Thank you. I'm John Mascara, by the way. It's very nice to meet you all. We've been, my firm's been legal counsel for about 2 years now through a public procurement process. At the county that the back on. So it's my pleasure to be here for the first time live today. I've been on video before. I just wanted to mention on the Committee of Adjustment matter. I've actually developed a module training adjustment members because we were asked very recently to provide that. It's also standard as well as what to do as communicators. Adjustment. I want to make just one mention of that. First of all, I agree with everything that Mayor said about minor variances. It's a very tough test on what is the minor variance we have to consider. What is the cumulative effect of a whole bunch of little minor variances? Things like that. It doesn't break down to just a mathematical equation. I think the former Almy said 100% increase in what the standard is might be minor in the particular back situation. So we certainly help you like the training is actually being offered by my colleague Paul Lewis, who is a former member of the Ontario Municipal Board and has to deal with matters that deal with minor variance as a board member there. So we've developed this. A lot of the materials were taken from my planning law course at Montreal Law School. But I did want to make one mention, Councillor Cook. I did want to address one thing. As members of council, when you make decisions, you typically make decisions in 2000s as an executive body or as a legislative body. So when you're talking about planning act approvals, you're typically always making decisions in a legislative capacity. And you're entitled to a prejudgment on it. Now, the law is, in general, if you are an administrative decision maker, an adjudicator, so you have to be completely free of bias. That's not the law with respect to your legislative capacity as members of council. But remember, I believe all of you are members of the adjustment. You sit in a different capacity there, you're an adjudicator, you can not have any apprehension of bias at all. So there, you have to be very careful. Do not go out, look at the site, start talking to the applicant or start talking to the neighbors. You have to be very, very careful what you say to anybody. Anybody who comes to you, they're gonna come to you going, oh, I'm gonna go talk to my local counselor about what's happening in the Mother area. When you sit as an adjudicator member of that body, you have to be very careful not to say anything that would make indicate some sort of prejudgment, bias, and you can't have even an apprehension bias. So, those are my comments, but I agree with everything you said about the minor variance. How tricky it can be.
Thank you.
So continuing on with the list of questions we got there late yesterday afternoon. So the last question is sort of what deals with what John just touched on, what can we discuss and not discuss with the public, this type of thing. So I'll leave that to you to elaborate if there's anything further to be said on that front. Statutory public meetings. I think I covered that point in the presentation. And then we also had some additional questions here regarding what influence does township and council and staff have regarding the details of a site plan with fewer or greater than 10 residents and or a plan of subdivision? So if you break that down a little bit, 10 units or less are now excluded from site plan control. So in those cases, it comes down to building permits and staff to review the building permit applications. More than 10 units, depending on the type of development or if there's related official plan amendment and zoning amendment component or not. If it's just a site plan control application, then it's staff approval. If there's a related zoning amendment and or subdivision application, the zoning and official plan amendment process, as we discussed it earlier, remain sort of public processes with public input and the requirement for statutory public meeting. I can't think of maybe you have an instance here where an OPA and ZBA wasn't needed, but a subdivision was. Is there anything that's pre-designated and zoned in that context where then there wouldn't be this under the current regime, there wouldn't be the requirement for a public meeting?
Yeah, through you, Mayor. Generally not. We haven't experienced that in the county. With respect to the question about councillor staff's input with respect to plans of subdivision, so subdivision approval is done at the county level. Obviously, through the pre-consultation process, we have township staff involved and plugged in from day one to give the applicant a pretty good idea on whether or not this looks favorable or what the hiccups or hurdles or issues are going to be from a township perspective. Obviously, the municipality has circulated the plan subdivision. We rely on you, obviously, for your comments, any draft plan conditions that you want associated with the development. So you could have a different range of draft plan conditions related to one that say is Bridge North that's on no services as opposed to a development that might be happening in Lakefield that's on full services. So those conditions that you want to see, along with conditions from other agencies, they all roll out in the draft plan conditions. When they give that approval, it's essentially a set of conditions that we give the developer and say, here's what you now need to satisfy before we will give you final approval, register the plan, you can start selling lots to. So there's a lot of communication between the county and the township with respect to plans of subdivision.
So the next question, I'm not sure if this is one for us to read. Might be building code. Is there township legally able to insist on certain particulars, such as, for example, all new homes must have a rough-in site for EV charger, all new or rebuilt urban streets must have a sidewalk, or other particulars that the township might find valuable? Do you want to comment on?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So we did originally have that EV requirement rough ends for all new residential dwellings put into the 2012 Ontario Building Code. It lasted for approximately 2 to 3 year period, and then there was exemptions put in for any subdivisions that were approved prior to, I think, January 1st, 2018, because the existing electrical infrastructure that was put into service subdivisions wouldn't necessarily be able to handle those additional loads. And then I think in about early 2020, amendments came which pulled all of that stuff out of the Ontario Building Code. We do not have the ability to prescribe minimum standards above the Ontario Building Code. There's a tribunal system, being the Building Code Commission, for individuals that don't agree with a decision that's made by a chief building official. There is consultations that the ministry puts out every time a new code is in development. And there is the ability to for council to reach out to push for amendments in the code. I know of a particular situation currently that's going on. Council for the, I believe it's the city of Barrie, has been pushing to make it mandatory for like hurricane ties or clips to be put on roof trusses, because they're in like a, I guess, a tornado alley, and had substantial losses with roofs being ripped off buildings. But that's something that they would be interested in having, but they're not even able to, do something as important as that would be to protect, investment in their area. So those avenues are open through both contact and reaching out to, like I said, the ministry and consultation processes when they come up.
What about sidewalks?
Yeah, I was just gonna get to that. So sidewalks, we typically make that a part of the subdivision agreement for plans of subdivision, that sidewalks be installed on at least one side of each of the streets, right? So in a lot of cases, I've had concerns from, I think, some maybe former council and members of the public regarding Lakefield South and the concept plan not showing sidewalks. Concept plans typically do not show sidewalks. They're a matter of, and I don't even think they show up on the final subdivision plans that are registered with the land registry office. They're just a component that's installed within the municipal road allowance and required through the subdivision agreement, right? And so in order for the municipal assumptions of the streets and things like that, it would be a checklist item that the township has to be satisfied that all our infrastructure was installed in accordance with our requirements before we assume that infrastructure, right?
Maybe I'll just add to that a bit, that as Per mentioned, what you see on a draft plan is essentially just creating the road allowances. One of the items that's always associated with draft plan approval is the detailed design of the infrastructure within the subdivision development. So there would be an urban cross section that would be shown that shows it's curved better, that there's going to be sidewalks, boulevards, and all those great things. That schedule is appended to the subdivision agreement. And so that is what obligates the developer to build it to that design standard. So it ensures that.
So the last question, I think that we,
one change that it was in section 99.1, I think, of the municipal act, and I'm trying to remember what that section dealt with. But there was just very, very limited scope. So if you'd like to try to enhance what the building construction regulatory framework is,
Thank you.
And then the final question that's been highlighted, I think, for building and planning to address is the peer review process and the tracking of response time from our external agencies. So as I spoke to during the peer review component of the presentation, we typically have an agreement of a 30-day turnaround, and we do track that through various means at both the county and township levels. In terms of a statistical recording of that to report on it, that hasn't been done in the past, at least not at the township level. Not aware that it's done at the county level either, but we can certainly set up sort of a spreadsheet or database to sort of track response time over time, right? To be able to generate some statistics. That wouldn't be too much of an issue. We just set it up as an Excel spreadsheet or something like that. And
The only thing I would add to that is we have just gone through a period during COVID of, an explosion of development applications. And with that explosion of development applications, there was a lot of movement of staff from not only consulting firms, but from municipalities. Perry used to work at the county. And also with various agencies. And so, I can tell you that the peer review process, although typically it's a 30-day turnaround time, they were going through staffing issues with people sick or people leaving, trying to fill a void. We need an additional couple of weeks. I know with the Conservation Authority, with the volume of applications they were dealing with, they were saying, I don't think we're going to meet this timeline. We're going to need some additional time. So obviously we try to work with the agency. We try to keep the applicant informed of why it's going to be a bit longer. Most people are generally understanding. But I think we're, the hurdle, the blip is over, and we're getting to be back to more consistent timeframes of people getting the comments.
Thank you. I think the province was attempting to streamline things when they made the changes with the conservation authorities and what they couldn't do. And I think it's going to backfire a little bit. So we're going to see longer lengths of time rather than shorter.
so there was one final thing that hasn't been highlighted for me. So I'm imagining maybe something that Lane's going to speak to later. It has to do with tender and quotation processes. I'll leave that for maybe Lane or somebody else can address that. And then we'll continue if there's any other verbal questions regarding the planning and building.
All right. Are there any other questions? Deputy Mayor Black, you had your hand up first.
Thank you, through Mayor Sennis. Just to follow up on the peer review piece again, it is a challenging process to go through, and I recognize the challenges that have happened in the industry over the past few years with COVID. But the timing of projects taking 3 and 4 and 5 years to get shovels in the ground is not going to meet the housing needs that are projected in the next 5 years if we don't have processes to move through planning process in a quicker way. And I know you're following all the provincial legislation, to the T, and then moving it forward as quickly as possible. But Ian, maybe you can speak to the county budget approved a couple of new positions in engineering, I believe. Will they be doing any in-house peer review? I know you commented earlier, and Paris commented that, internally we don't have, in some cases, the high level of qualifications to review, and we end up sending them out. And, external peer review is very expensive. It could cost as much as 50 to 75% of the cost of the original study to do the peer review. And giving the sort of minimal control you have of those external consultants, would there be an opportunity to do some of the peer review in-house? I know you said it's not a legislative requirement, technically, but we do it for purposes of protecting the municipality and so on. But I think we spoke at county council with respect that it's more cost effective to have in-house engineering staff, not only from a cost point of view, but also from a timing point of view, prioritizing projects and moving projects through quicker, that, are needed in the community. Can you just respond to that?
Yeah, to you, Madam Mayor, and I don't know, I have a great answer for you. Historically, the County Public Works Department did review traffic studies. They did review stormwater management studies on behalf of the county to see the impact on county infrastructure. Because of the level of work with our own infrastructure projects, as of last year, they advised me that they can't, like, there's so much work on their own internal projects, they don't have the time to review that. So we have been farming those reviews out to our peer reviewer, who then provides the information. Our manager of engineering and design reviews the peer review response just to make sure there's nothing missing. And then that response goes out to the applicant. So you're right, the county has hired some new technical people in the engineering and design. In all honesty, I don't know if they will now bring some of that review back in-house, or if those positions were purely for the level of infrastructure projects that the county is working on with our own infrastructure. But I can definitely circle back to Doug Sokocha, who's the manager of engineering and design, and ask where we're going with this. And those positions have been advertised. I don't think they've been filled yet. They're still going through the hiring process to fill. So there's a bit of time for us to talk about that.
Just follow up. Yeah, no, and the reason I ask is because I have a good friend who has been hired by a municipality who's a civil engineer. And, you know, I've chatted with him about, and he worked for a notable company locally, and he's convinced that having him at the municipal level is saving the municipality probably 50% of the cost of that peer review. So I think it's something that's got to be considered for all applications.
Yeah, and through you, Mayor, I don't doubt it. The reason that we have gone with the peer review was to try and, you know, the cost was associated with the development, so it's a developer pay system. So right now, if we were to hire a civil engineer to look after that type of stuff, that would be a cost to the county affairs unless we develop a system.
Yeah, you could cost it back to the, yeah, at half the price.
All right, Councillor Koulis. Go ahead.
Sorry, I've already asked so many questions. I don't know how to actually articulate this question, but being on the joint committee for accessibility with the county and the township, we have talked about a couple of changes that have come down through provincial decision making, which has affected how planning and building go about with accessibility. I'm very new to this. I'm just wondering if you can update all of us on some of those changes right now, or if not, can you provide that information to all of us later?
Might be worthwhile providing it later.
Yeah, I think it's
It's a little out of scope.
just because, I mean, we've talked about a number of broad aspects, but we've talked about like heritage changes as well too, you've noted, and I'm just wondering why accessibility didn't come up as well.
I could maybe,
Okay.
I can tell Pear's probably drawn a little bit of a blank. I think it's really with respect to the Bill 23 changes and the elimination of the requirement for site plan approval for 10 residential units. So that is really the change that affects accessibility. What maybe we could recommend, and we can chat about it at our next committee meeting, in lieu of being able to provide comment on a site plan, Pear's definitely aware of those applications that are coming forward. And I know our committee would be more than happy to provide just comments on the design of those types of developments. It doesn't necessarily have to comply with the AODA, but if a developer truly is interested in being inclusive and accessible, we might be able to just provide some comments on the design.
I'll try to get a blank there, I'll respond to that question. Yeah, so there definitely is the site plan control question, you know, limitation on how to apply that. That's typically where we address accessibility, you know, through the site plan. Having said that, there is a zoning requirement in parking spaces, including a zoning requirement for accessibility.
Regardless of whether or not development requires site plan approval, there's still a compliance requirement under the zoning bylaw. And you could speak to this a little bit too, because the zoning bylaw is under the building code act. So, and imagine it feeds into some of the building permit requirements. Potentially to regard to accessibility.
Through you, Mayor. So when a new site is developed, the site plan submitted in support of a building application definitely has a lot more effect, and we can tie a lot of that into sort of a very rudimentary level zoning review for a building permit application. When we're talking about a redevelopment of a building, that comes into less of a play because we're not so concerned with setbacks if we're talking about within an established building envelope, which then we have accessibility requirements within the building code for how the building itself is developed. And there is going to be a future push for a massive expansion of the way buildings are built, probably coming out in the next code cycle, which will probably be in 26, 27. So how buildings are designed and built will probably switch from accessibility being an afterthought to the massive requirements that are going to be required for accessibility. Sort of will have to be the core design feature that buildings are built around. I don't know if that kind of answers the question.
Thank you.
Councillor Boyko.
Thank you. I know that we're dreadfully over time, but I, for one, believe that this conversation has been very valuable. So thank you so much. I have two questions. One, and Per, I'm going to page 5 of your document, slide number 14. It says that the local planning process timelines. I find it interesting that Bill 23 has changed whether we need to have public meetings anymore, so that a minor variance, if somebody wants to build a deck that is a quarter of a meter closer to the shore, we have to have a public meeting. But if somebody is planning a subdivision that has 20, 50, or 1,000 homes that is going to significantly change the character of a neighborhood or a community, we don't have to have a public meeting. I find that interesting. That's simply an editorial comment. So with that, my question, if we are looking at a plan of subdivision, may Township Council decide that while we don't have to have a public meeting, that we will have one anyway? Is that within our purview, knowing that the plan of subdivision is at the county level?
Through you, Madam Mayor, subject to John telling us otherwise, I don't think that there is anything that would stop the local municipality from hosting their own public meeting. With the county, the application is filed at the county's approval authority. The legislation says thou shalt not have a public meeting anymore. And we're following that legislation. But I don't think it precludes you from the public meeting. Personally, I think I was kind of shocked when they removed that requirement. And my understanding of it is the way that the provincial government has sort of addressed this is that generally you're going to have to go through an official plan amendment or obviously a rezoning, and that there's ample time for public input through those processes. Generally, we can't approve a plan of subdivision unless it complies with the official plan. So the official plan amendment needs to go through that public process and be approved prior to us giving draft plan approval. So the public has an opportunity at that upper stage to provide comment on the official plan amendment. They can also pull in and advise the local municipality of what their concerns are about the actual development. And the municipality then has the opportunity to relay those issues to the county and or create specific draft plan conditions that may address the public's concern and then request those conditions to be implemented through the county's decision.
That's very helpful. Thank you. My second question, if I could, through you, Madam Mayor, and you can tell me if the premise to my question is incorrect, but the premise to my question is this, that we operate under the aegis of the Planning Act and the provincial policy statement. And part of the provincial policy statement states that when evaluating a development, plan of subdivision or a site plan approval, that we must use a triple bottom line, the economic, environmental, and social benefits to the community. If that is true, then how can we, as part of the plan of subdivision approval process or a site plan approval process, how can we satisfy the people of Selwyn that all three elements, the triple bottom line, are satisfied, that this will be economically advantageous, environmentally responsible, and socially responsible?
Through Madam Mayor, good question. So I would say that through the process and through the studies that are undertaken, we're ensuring that the environment is addressed. We're ensuring that societal issues are being addressed through the design of the subdivision. And obviously the financial capabilities of the municipality. You have the ability to take on the infrastructure that's proposed through the development. You're obviously making sure that any infrastructure, I guess we could look at Lakefield South. I believe that there's some pumping stations that will be required to handle the additional flows. So those are things that are being earmarked by the municipality, saying to the developer, this developer isn't going to proceed unless this infrastructure is constructed and you're on the hook for paying. So, you know, the actual triple bottom line may not be succinctly outlined in the study, but it is captured through the entire process, through our eventual recommendation to council.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right. So there are no further questions. I'm going to, as the chair, change the agenda a bit. We're behind schedule because we got started late, but I think we should take our bio break now. So we'll come back again in 15 minutes and we will be hearing from Carrie. All right, we are live streaming and our next presenter is Carrie Partridge.
Thank you, Madam. Role of economic development is to connect local businesses with the resources that are available. The township works with a number of local organizations to support the business community. Some of the key organizations are the Peterborough and Kawartha's Economic Development Department organization, which includes the Business Advisory Center and the Tourism Department, Peterborough and Kawartha's Chamber of Commerce, Regional Tourism Organization, also known as LTO8, Community Futures Peterborough, the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, known as OMAPRA, Agilic Employment Services. When an entrepreneur reaches out to the township regarding starting, growing, or acquiring a business, we connect them with the Business Advisory Center to assist them. The Business Advisory Center is there to help entrepreneurs at every stage. They have resources such as a small business toolkit and host live workshops and webinars to help businesses with their individual needs, including but not limited to preparing a business plan, marketing plans, and financials. The center also runs the Starter Company Plus and Summer Company program. Upon successful completion of Starter Company Plus program, participants submit their final business plans and a pitch for a chance to receive one of 6 $5,000 microgrants. Summer Company program is for youth between the ages of 15 and 29 years old and receive one-on-one guidance, mentorship from local businesses, and access to resources. They receive up to $3,000 of startup money to kickstart a summer business. Adrienne Sullivan from Ennismore was one of the 2020 Summer Company recipients for her business Cozy Cup Potter. A trail town is a destination along a long distance trail. The RTO8 Trail Town Initiative is along a waterway, the Trent Severn Waterway. Lakefield is one of the town's trail town communities. The Trail Town Initiative supports trail visitors' needs with overnight accommodations, food and retail opportunities, activities, and attractions. Lakefield has a community committee with staff support that works together to support the initiatives of Trail Town. Some successes of the committee include enhancements in the public realm in Lakefield, including 33 bicycle racks, 4 benches, 11 garbage containers, and 8 recycling containers, 10 wayfinding signs, installing new light standards and painting the existing ones to match, a water refill station beside Lakefield Library, and a mural on the side of Cozy Homes, the addition of an accessible washroom in the Isabel Morris Park. These projects were made possible through the Rural Economic Development RED program, where the township received approximately $112,000. The Taste of the Trent Severn Waterway is a tourism program to promote local food and beverage providers and highlight the region's connection to the Trent Severn Waterway. When visitors come to experience the waterway, they can also enjoy Trent Severn themed menu items. New this year, it is open to all businesses and is free to participate in. This summer, you will see new metal streetlight banners installed in Lakefield. This was made possible through the FedDev Tourism Relief Fund. New office space is going to be available in Lakefield. Renovations to the former Lakefield Post Office at 12 Queen Street are expected to be completed in the fall of 2023. In partnership with the Peterborough and Kawartha's Chamber of Commerce, they will be offering office space for rent. There will be an array of potential office rental space available, including single offices, and larger 2 or 3-person offices. The building will be fully accessible and will include kitchenettes and meeting space for tenants to use. Businesses are encouraged to contact the chamber if they are interested in learning about renting space. The Economic Development Department at the township was established in 2016. The first initiative the department undertook was a business retention and expansion project in partnership with OMAFRA and with the Rural Economic Development Grant Fund. It's a community-based effort to assist and encourage local businesses to stay and grow in the community. We had 71 local businesses participate. OMAFRA facilitated a group of community leaders to develop an action plan from the results of the survey. In 2018-19, we surveyed Selwyn agricultural businesses for the Peterborough and Kawartha Economic Development-led BRNE agricultural project. As a result of the business retention and expansion project, a result of the business retention and expansion project was to have an economic development strategy and a marketing plan created. The BRNE action items became part of the economic development strategy. Items from these action plans become part of the economic development yearly work. Some other initiatives include in 2020, a business attraction guide was created to provide an overview to potential investors and businesses about Selwyn Township. We've established a monthly e-newsletter to provide up-to-date information to our business community. Our website also hosts a BizPal, which is a tool online service that provides entrepreneurs with a simplified access to information about business permits, licenses, and other requirements required needed to start, operate, and grow their business. It includes federal, provincial, and our local permits and licensing information. So it creates a one-stop shop for entrepreneurs. We also have YLM, which is an online business strategy. Currently, this tool is not utilized, and we are investigating new opportunities to help businesses be more visible online. Individual resource support continues to be provided to the businesses. As the Economic Development Coordinator, I'm available to help connect businesses with the resources within the community, such as Community Futures, the Business Advisory Center, and other necessary resources that they need. In partnership with OMAFRA, we did a First Impressions Community Exchange with the Economic Development and Business Committee. And we partnered with Beaverton. The Beaverton team came and visited Bridgenorth and Ennismore and provided their feedback. Throughout the visit, they stated it was obvious that community organizations and clubs are very involved throughout the town, contributing to great amenities like the Lions Club. The Beaverton team identified the opportunity to have more clearly defined towns, especially in Bridgenorth, as it was pedestrian-friendly elements. The Scarecrow Festival throughout the community was thought to be very neat and a great attraction. It stated it was very well done and quite popular. As the Ward Street widening occurs in Bridgenorth, we are looking to implement more of the pedestrian-friendly elements that were recommended through this project. In 2020, we partnered with Community Futures Peterborough to offer the Selwyn Business Reopening Program. The Business Reopening Program provided a grant of $2,500 to eligible businesses located within Selwyn Township to help COVID-related urgent additional expenses, such as personal protective equipment, plexiglass, and other business adaptation equipment, signage, etc. In partnership with Community Futures Peterborough, $250,000 was distributed to assist businesses, and 133 businesses were helped through the business reopening program. We currently have 4 active CIP community improvement program incentive grant programs. The program is structured as a 50-50 match grant program where the township will provide a grant to an applicant equal to 50% of the cost of eligible books up to a maximum amount for each grant per property. A ground sign improvement grant is a grant up to a maximum of $2,500. A facade improvement grant has two parts. A front facade is up to $12,500 and a rear or side facade is up to $7,500. The landscaping improvement grant is up to a maximum of $5,000 and the urban design study grant is up to a maximum of $2,500. I assist businesses throughout the process to help them with the paperwork. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present to council today, and I will try to answer any questions you have now.
Thank you, Carrie. Most members of council took training with AMAFRA with regards to economic development in Cavan Monaghan. And the presentation that they made went through listed several things that could be done. And as council can see, we've pretty much fulfilled all of the things that were talked about at AMAFRA. I have a question for you and it's on the spot. I'm sorry, I usually like to give people advance notice, but can you tell us how many businesses we have in Selwyn?
That's a tough one. So as businesses are coming and going, constantly it's hard to keep an updated list. But if we go to business e-newsletters, when we do have a new business that opened or a new ownership, I stop in, drop off my code, and I encourage them to sign up. So we're almost at 400 businesses on our business e-newsletter. So to have an exact number is really hard, but I would encourage to use that as an indicator. And there's probably more I don't know about because there is home-based businesses as well that are harder to track.
Thank you. And again, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I think it's important to note most people on council wouldn't be aware that we have that many businesses in our township. So I know that you keep in call. Any questions from my colleagues? Councillor Boyko.
Thank you very much. And through you, Mayor Sennis, I was really happy to be at the presentation yesterday, which you were here and made a terrific presentation, Community Futures, a number of others, and it really emphasized the support that existing businesses and new entrepreneurs have. And I think that's a tremendous asset that we have in this community. And part of our success is that we have such supports for businesses. And as Mayor Sennis said, when we were at that training session, we were being told you should set up this, you should set up that. And we were saying we've got all that. And so thank you for all of the work that you've done and doing. Slide number 5. It talks about the new office space in Lakefield in what was the old post office where the police were. Do you know how much, 2 questions, how much the rent will be in those offices? How much will people be expecting to pay? And do you anticipate that there would be short-term, people will be in there for a few months or so, or do you anticipate that there'll be long-term rentals once the building is obviously done and ready?
In our partnership with the chamber, we are leasing the building to them and they are taking on the role of being the landlord.
Yep.
We're at speech of it. So they are setting the rent. They are managing tenant base. I think their intention, like they already have some interest in the space. So currently right now, because as we develop through the project, we have a 1-year agreement set up with the chamber and we're going to renew that once the project's up and running. So we decided to take a seat back when it comes to being the landlords. So allowing them to do that and put the individual tenants they're setting up their own units in partnership with the chamber.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that. And my second question, if I could, it goes to slide 9. You mentioned the partnership with Beaverton, I think is terrific. And visited Bridge North and Ennismore and no doubt saw a lot of great things going on. You mentioned more pedestrian friendly elements. What do you mean by that? I didn't understand what that means.
So when they did, when Beaverton came to a committee and did the report back, some things that they noted was not being able to cross the street. There wasn't benches or clearly defined sidewalks when you're walking in Bridge North. So that is something that as we look at the widening of Ford Street and our community improvement plan, we have public realm as well. We can address that, garbage, recycling, things to try to make it more connected and walkability, because they thought it was a great community to be in. It's just, they couldn't get from one spot to the other very safely if they wanted to cross the street. So they saw it as an opportunity for us to improve our downtown to make it more tourist friendly.
I understand. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Black.
Yeah, thank you to you, Mayor Stennis. Yeah, on slide 5, John stole some of my questions and some of my comments from the meeting last night, which was great to have all of the partners together. And it was clear from the meeting that the township does work very well. I'm on the board of Community Futures, so I know that, and but I think it was important for the public to see that as well. And I was happy to see that the Kawartha Chamber is going to lease the space at least for the next year. As you know, the merger of Kawartha and Peterborough, our fear was we were going to lose our local chamber office, but it's nice to know that that is going to continue on for at least the year from the sounds of it. So I think that's a great move forward. With regret to sort of regarding slide 11, the CIP program, I know the answer, but for the public record, what's the budget annually for that program, and what's the is there a reserve there that from funds that haven't been used from previous years? I'll throw that to you, and maybe Lane might have to support you on it somewhat.
I believe the yearly budget was it 65? Oh, 75.
Yeah.
75,000 a year. And so if the money isn't fully used this year, it transfers into next year. So sometimes like we will see this year we'll be on the ground, voting it, going, we won't get very many complete signed grant agreements, but then next year there'll be an influx of 20 applications. So it takes so it kind of what I've noticed. So the last since I started here 2016, there's kind of like a lull away. 1 year high applications, 1 year promoting a little bit lower, and then high lower. So the money is, have been lucky that we haven't had to deny any businesses to date and granting funds because we've had a carryover. Also during COVID, just sparked more economic activity in the community. We changed the cost sharing program to 70 township, 30 business, and council injected an extra $125,000 to fund that program, which was a success, and people were very happy and about the program. Now it has expired back to 50-50, but that was a great way to get the word out there about our CIP as well.
Just a follow up through you, Mayor. Yeah, thanks for that info. And I think that's important for the public to understand that there is a significant investment on behalf of the township to improve those signs you drive by going, I wish they'd fix that sign sort of thing. And that there is funds there to help improve, the likability of the municipality for tourists and so on. So I appreciate that. Maybe a question for Lane with respect to if we did have a year where more than $75,000 was expected to go out, the process for accessing reserve possibly would come through council for resolution, or is that something you're capable of doing just through the budget process?
I think Kerry would have advance notice of that, so we would probably bring that before council to get an increase. We have did that in the past.
Okay.
We have about $163,000 in reserve if required, over and above the 75 that's in the budget.
Wonderful, thank you.
And just to add to that, CIP programs available township wide, which is
Yes.
wonderful. Yep, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Carrie. All right, we will now move on to the insurance and risk management, and who will be presenting? It will be Tracy. Is it ESO or ESO?
They're getting that prepared on this. Goodies,
Oh, you like goodies.
not from me. They're from Patrick.
Making me look really bad.
Okay. Okay.
I was just gonna say, considering interest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just make sure you speak into the mic, Tracy. Oh,
There we go. Mayor, Council, thank you very much for having us here today. My name is Tracy Eso. I'm with Fintech Public Entities, insurer for the Township of Southwood. We're very proud to. So Ali and Patrick. To discuss risk management, basically a high level risk management one. And happy to be here today. And thank you guys for, and Angela for making it happen. I appreciate it. I'm gonna drive up beautiful this morning. So that was great. Before I get started on today's presentation, hopefully Angela would have passed you around invitations. We're very excited to offer a multi-session series for educated or for me elected officials series that we've got starting up middle of or beginning of May. There's going to be a series of 3 sessions, hoping for more in the fall. And we invite any elected officials as well as administration staff who want to join in. It's going to have, the first one is going to be about special events as it pertains to elected officials, but just council in general. And the second one is going to be about the MMS, which we're going to touch on very high level and lightly today, but our expert Brian Anderson can drill into it more on that 1-hour session. And then the third one for this part of the year is going to be climate change and how that is going to affect municipalities and communities. And again, we're going to touch on that a little bit today at a very high level and then drill into it more in a session later on in June. Hoping later on in the year, we'll be able to do 2 more to round out the like make it a 5-session series for elected officials. So I invite you to scan those UBC codes and sign up for that. That would be great. So today I'm going to try to do it within an hour. I speak quickly and loudly apparently. So but we are going to talk about what is risk management again at a very high level. This is meant to be an intro kind of session on why risk management is so important and how that the legal environment affects that. Because not everybody is on the same page when it comes to knowledge. Some people have a lot of understanding about legal matters and the way that can adversely affect a municipality, but not everybody. It's an effort to get everybody on the same page. Municipal risks for Selwyn, mitigating risk in general, and the importance of documentation, which is kind of, I feel like I should get t-shirts printed up for that one because that's kind of important, and then some claims. So first, we're going to just start with the process itself. It's a very textbook way of going through the process of making and carrying out decisions, ostensibly just to minimize the impacts of accidental losses on an entity, in this case, a municipality. And the first one is to identify loss exposures. Now,
it's, that right there is probably a multi-day class in and of itself, but today we're gonna talk mostly about liability. But that's not to say there aren't other first party, property exposures, loss of buildings and facilities and things like that, and vehicles and equipment. But mostly today, the crux of our discussion is gonna be about talking about liability loss exposures. So in the event that there's legal exposure. Analyzing how likely are they to happen? Are they going to be frequent and less severe, or less severe or pardon me, less frequent but incredibly severe? Those are the kind of things we do when we analyze that. And then formulating ways to mitigate and reduce those loss exposures can run as simple as putting mats at the door so people don't slip and fall, which is probably the most frequent exposure that municipalities or just about any occupier has, to huge risk management information systems to mitigate liability loss exposure. So there's lots of ways to make it happen, and it's important that the administration staff understands that with risk management, to understand which is the best and most effective way to mitigate those loss exposures. Implementing is really important because it involves communication at all levels. Everybody has to understand and be on board with why we're doing what we're doing, and it has to support and comply with bylaws and the municipality's own way of doing business. It can't just be a rogue one-off, and so those solutions have to support, and they all have to be on the same page. And then finally, and one that sounds kind of simplistic, but it's actually just monitoring and adjusting those solutions. Do the floor mats actually work, right? Have they effectively reduced slip and falls in that area? Because if they haven't, if people are still slipping and falling, then we need to tweak our plan. Maybe we need to put our mats someplace different and monitor that. And what we're seeing a lot of the time is the municipalities and entities will implement a solution, but they don't even know whether it's been effective to be able to say this is really worthwhile to do. And then they can maybe scale that out to their other facilities and things like that. But there's not a lot of that feedback, and that feedback loop needs to be closed. So why is that? Why are mats so important? Municipalities represent a huge occupiers exposure, premises exposure. They have a lot of different premises, and they're responsible for a lot of different places. They're exposed in a lot of, dare I say, scary areas, right? We've got roads, we've got facilities, and there's just a lot of exposure there. One of the reasons why that is because of the Occupiers Liability Act. The Occupiers Liability Act is legislation that, and again, some of you probably already know this, but there may be others that don't. So this is an effort to get everybody on that all important same page. An occupier of a premises owes a duty of care, a duty to take such care as in all circumstances of the case is reasonable to see that persons entering on the premises and the property brought on the premises by those persons are reasonably safe while on the premises. So that's the very crux of it, but I believe me, the legislation goes on quite a bit longer and a little bit more detailed. But importantly, the thing about the OLA is that it creates that standard of care, and the standard is pretty much similar. OLA legislation is present in all provinces and territories, as far as I understand. Brunswick might be an outlier there, but they all have some form of legislation that supports and creates that there's a duty of care if you're an occupier. Who is the occupier? So typically, anyone who has control of a premises and the power to admit or exclude people from entering are going to be the occupier. So they'll have that duty of care. It can be a landlord, but it's not always the landlord or property owner. Sometimes it can be a tenant. So if you think in a big picture kind of way, if you think of a strip mall, for instance, we can see where the landlord or the property owner may be the occupier of the common areas, but inside each storefront, the actual occupier is going to be Betty of Betty's Shoes, for instance, right? She's going to be the occupier, and so she's going to be responsible. So if somebody slips and falls within Betty's shoe store, then she's going to be responsible and not the property owner or the landlord. So that legislation makes the occupier ultimately responsible for the safety of the premises. So it's important to understand who that occupier is. In municipal context, we see municipalities who are tenants and who are landlords. So where do we find that definition of, what are you going to be responsible for? We see it in the agreement, right? And those agreements are really an important component of any kind of agreement. The agreement is really important to the agreement. That written contract is really an important element of that agreement. And so our department, for instance, when we have them, and I'm not sure if you have the opportunity to use this very often, we have a paralegal on staff, and we review documents and agreements all the time to ensure that our municipalities, our clients, their best interests are always front of mind. So the other important thing to remember is sometimes a user group or a renter of a space. So when you're looking at a facility or an aquatic facility or an ice rink, they can be an occupier. They have sole control of who's entering the area on any given time. It could also be the owner of a concession in a hockey arena, right? But it depends, because a lot of the times we're going to see that the vendor might have control of the kitchen area, but maybe not the seating area that could be shared. We would expect to see that within the scope of the agreement, who's going to be responsible for those areas. And then, of course, the tenant in and off this building. So those are just some kind of concepts to think about when we're talking about this. Is why you're, unfortunately, as a municipality, you seem to be responsible for so much. And then the next question is, why do people sue? And this one is kind of, people get mad sometimes. I was at a previous session earlier this week, and they shouldn't have the right to sue. And it's a double-edged sword, right? Do we want to live in a society where people don't have the right to sue? In a free and fair society, everyone, there are exceptions, but everyone has the right to sue for the damages. Some injuries can be catastrophic, and the compensation is intended to pay for the pain and the suffering of that injured plaintiff. So remember, the plaintiff is the party bringing the action on the defendant. So in this case, potentially municipality. In civil court, plaintiffs can bring actions against the defendants who they feel have caused their injuries and damages. But this is different than a criminal action. So the example I like to use is the difference between the O.J. Simpson trial and when he lost in the criminal, or he won in the criminal court because the bar is so much higher in a criminal court, but he lost at the civil trial because the bar is much lower for a civil action. So that's kind of the best example to kind of look at the difference between criminal and civil action. Plus, in a civil action, typically the response is money. So if the plaintiff wins, they're going to win money to be compensated for their losses. So what happens? What does a plaintiff have to do? Now, this is very, very simplified. It's just, again, a very high level, kind of get you all on the same page. But basically, the plaintiff has to prove three things. One, was there a duty of care? Now, we know because of the Occupiers Liability Act that if you are the occupier, if you deem to be the occupier, you do have a duty of care in a lot of instances. That duty can change depending on who the entrant is, but that's another issue for another day. Happy to come back and talk about that. But the next is, was that duty breached, right? Did you put the mats out the way you were supposed to ensure that nobody was going to slip and fall? Did you ensure that the mats were in the right area and that they were clean and that there were no trip hazards, for instance? So did you do your due diligence? And if you didn't, did that breach cause the damage to the plaintiff? So A, B, and C, very simple. We can all get our law degree now because we all understand it's not that simple at all. But it basically does show that A, B's, and C's are the kind of the first steps. But once the plaintiff has done that, once the plaintiff has kind of made their allegations or at least presented them, it's up to the defendant to disprove any of those points. One might be, I'm not the occupier, so I don't owe a duty of care to that person that's entering because the vendor, for instance, the concessionaire, they're the ones that are responsible. And so now I can be alleviated from responsibility potentially. Then I didn't breach my duty of care. I complied with DMMS, I put down the mats, I did my due diligence, I have evidence, which we're going to get into. I have that all important documentation to show that I did not breach my duty of care. And then lastly, and oftentimes least effective, is if there was a breach, it didn't cause the plaintiff's injuries, right? So yes, this happened, but the plaintiff's not really injured. They broke their leg somewhere else. So again, kind of like pickleball, this is the way it works. One, like plaintiffs on one side and the defendants on the other. So we know that court actions are increasing. We see awards in Canada, which typically used to be very conservative. They're certainly higher now. But some of the things that the courts consider is whether that hazard was foreseeable. If we know we've got a slippery floor and we know that there's an ice storm outside, we know that we should put mats up by the door, by the entrance. We know that for professional occupiers, we know that. And so was that hazard foreseeable? We know that if people are drinking and they're in a beer fest, for instance, that we should be concerned about alcohol and we should try to mitigate that exposure as much as possible. So courts look at that. How foreseeable was that hazard? Did the municipality follow accepted standards of practice? And we showed that by documentation and evidence. Was there an inspection system in place? It's something that we're very pro inspection. We should be not only inspecting regularly, but we have to have evidence of that inspection. But again, another shameless plug. Intech Public Entities has a center of excellence for checklists and things like that. So that you can go on, it's free, it doesn't cost anything, you just go on there and you can download those templates and use them for different applications. And we strongly recommend that. And then also, how long did the hazard exist? How long was that pothole there before it was, before the person fell into it or wrecked their car in it or whatever? If that hazard had been there for a long time and was neglected by the municipality, courts don't look very well upon that. And again, some of the trends that we're seeing are escalating judgments. If you had a room full of legal people around, you could have a lot of reasons for that. One might be that things from the United States tends to be a little bit contagious. And so as we see escalating judgments down in the United States, it's going to be a trickle up effect to Canada, where we're going to see judgments be a little bit more and more inflated up here as well. And I mean, it's also inflation. The other problem is not problem, it's a good thing. When people are hurt in an accident, they're now surviving, which is fantastic because we have really great medical care. But those costs, those future care costs are costly and people are living longer. It used to be a time when people, if they were injured, they were a spinal cord injury, for instance, their life would be shortened. And now because more and more because of modern medicine, their lives thankfully are being extended, but there's a cost to that. And so if you're the quote unquote guilty defendant, you're going to be on for those costs. Class action lawsuits is something else that started with the tainted blood scandal here in Canada. Was our first class action lawsuit that I'm aware of, and there are more and more. They certainly, again, thank you, United States, started down there, and there are some pros and cons to class action lawsuits as well, right? They're a double-edged sword. They're in some ways good for the defendant because you can quantify an action that's brought by a whole bunch of different people. Again, it's a class for another day, but just to consider that the onslaught of class action lawsuits has certainly changed the landscape in Canada. And we see them even if you pick up a local newspaper, and you see it all the time where you say, if you took this medicine back in 1980, you might have recourse against the drug manufacturer. So they're actually bringing people into a class. The one that I'm going to talk a little bit more about today for municipalities is the recent overturn of policy decision versus operating decision. So in Just BBC in 1989, the court drew a careful distinction between policy decisions of a public authority from operating decisions, right? So that it's an important distinction to make, because if it's just, your guide went out there or girl went out there and they didn't do what they were supposed to do, or they didn't have time to do it that day because maybe somebody had called in sick and they didn't clear this particular road or whatever it might be, that's more an operating decision versus a policy decision where council has decided we're only going to do this X, whatever it might be. And if that policy decision is on the books and recorded, then you can show that it was made through due deliberation and in good faith, then courts typically would say, okay, well, that's a policy decision, so you can be lifted from exposure and liability. And so the court in Just BBC said the duty of care should apply to a public authority, municipality, unless there's a valid basis for its exclusion. So there should still have a duty of care. A true policy decision, though, undertaken by a government agency constitutes a valid basis for exclusion. So that being just BBC, it was whether they were driving up on the Sea to Sky Highway, Vancouver, going from Vancouver up to Whistler, and a boulder fell off the mountain and crashed the car. And the allegation was that they should have been watching for that kind of thing, and there should have been more due diligence there. And the court found, no, there was a policy in place and they had adhered to it. This was just, and because they had adhered to their policy decisions in just BBC, the provincial government was found not to be not responsible. So as a general rule, decisions concerning budgetary allotments for departments, we just can't afford to go up on hills and check for loose boulders. It would be too costly. So we don't do that all the time. If you can make that budgetary justification and show that that's been part of a discussion and a due diligence discussion, that courts have found typically that a governmental body is not, a public authority is not going to be responsible for injuries. And then Marshy v. Nelson happened. So in Marshy v. Nelson, the Supreme Court of Canada decided that the city's winter maintenance policy didn't constitute a poor policy decision. So this, it sounds, for those of you who think that legal stuff is really boring, this is probably not your favorite cup of tea, but it's really, I don't know why, I think it's fascinating, but the key about this one was that when they were plowing snow, and Nelson gets a lot of snow, down in British Columbia, they get a lot of snow, and what they would do is they would pile up the snow over by the where the cars were parked. And a woman alighted her vehicle and decided rather than walk around the snow piles, I'm going to walk through them. And she broke her leg, or it was a really bad injury. So the question then was that a policy decision, or was it an operational decision to not clear the windrow from the big piles of snow away so that people could get over to the stores where they were trying to gain access to? And in this case, what they found was there was no policy decision on the book to not clear the windrows off. And because the court found that, the plaintiff was actually successful, which the ripples of that decision impacted our department, certainly, because we had to change, like municipalities no longer rely simply on what's a policy decision. They really had to show, like in everything, they had to show not only was it a policy decision, but there was evidence of that policy, that well-wrought, good faith decision that we're not going to clear windrows. And so it's still the same thing. Just BBC still stands, and that if it's policy decision, it still will act as a defense, but there has to just be, they can't just rely on it. Municipalities have to be able to show that it's a policy decision, that it was well wrought and decided. So Angela asked me to talk a little bit here about the MMS, and I agree it's really important for those of you who don't know what the MMS is. It's called Minimum Maintenance Standards, and it was developed and incorporated into the Municipal Act. And the reason why was because, as I'm sure most of you are aware, municipalities get sued a lot for road accidents. If a single vehicle accident happens, somebody hits a tree, they sue the municipality because they say the road was slippery and it wasn't maintained properly. There were potholes, and I had to swerve to miss a pothole, or I hit a tree, whatever it might be. And then the defense is, if under the MMS, if that road was well maintained, if it was in good order, then, and they've done their due diligence, they've cleared it the way they're supposed to, as per the MMS, then they're going to be exonerated. They're going to be taken away. They're not going to be made responsible for the plaintiff's injuries. But in MMS, documentation and record keeping are critical. It's not just enough that your snow clearing people are plowing the roads. They have to comply with the procedure, the way it's set up, and they have to show that they comply. In MMS, in order to use it effectively as a defense, there's a 4-part test. The plaintiff has to demonstrate, much like that ABC thing that we were talking about before, it's the same kind of idea. The plaintiff has to demonstrate that the municipality failed to stow the road in a state of repair. They then, like the ABC, they have to prove that non-repair was the cause of their accident. And if they can do that, that's going to be a problem. So first they have to show that it was non-repaired, and that if they hadn't done their work, the municipality hadn't done their work, and then And that it caused, because of that, I was injured. So it could also be that they were traveling too quickly on the road or whatever. There might be a myriad of other factors, but those are really the two things they have to do. And then the defendant municipality can establish one of the defenses listed in the Municipality Act. And then conversely, they can also say that the defendant, if they fail in that defense, they could be found responsible unless they're able to prove the plaintiff caused or contributed to their own injury by speeding or acting recklessly. So those are the that's the 4-part test in order to make MMS really work well as a defense. So it's a really integral part of a defense for a municipality. In the second, going back to what I just talked about earlier, in that 3-part series, the second one by Brian Anderson, who's a specialist on the MMS, which I am not, but he really is. I think he actually helped write it. He's going to be doing that 1-hour presentation on the MMS, and I invite you to sign up for that if you want to know more and understand how important and integral to the day-to-day running of a municipality the MMS really is. As I say, courts are willing to uphold the MMS, but they have to be able to demonstrate that they comply with it. The next one I wanted to talk about was one because building code claims have become more and more of headache for municipalities right now. It's becoming very prevalent, and there are a lot of suits coming in based on building code, alleged building code infractions and things like that. In this particular case, in Green v. Township Lake of Bays, I wanted to just get my card out so I'm not going to miss anything. The plaintiffs purchased a cottage property in the town of the Lake Bays in 1999. The previous owner, who was the seller, had built the cottage between 89 and 91. So it's only about 10 years old when the people bought it. The township performed inspections around the time of the build, not very good documentation. And then the plaintiffs, and after they purchased the cottage, they decided they were going to renovate it, as a lot of people do with their cottage properties. And around 2012 started doing a renovation. When they did that, they uncovered a whole bunch of latent defects. And and when they discovered that, they sued the municipality, right? That they sued the township for negligence regarding its performance of inspections under the OBC Ontario Building Code. The justice in this case accepted the plaintiff's position and ordered the township to pay $360,000. So the court found the township owed duties of care not only to owners at the during the inspection, the initial inspection, so the original owners, but also to subsequent purchasers of that property, right? Again, what ended up happening was there were no plans on file to support them, right? So, and what we're seeing a lot of is, much like MMS or just about anything else, is that lack of process, right? And making sure that there's that good communication, which can be really unwieldy, because I can only imagine how many records the building department has. As a building code inspector, you have to, do a lot of different inspections, and I can't even imagine the amount of paperwork and evidence that you have to hold on to, but how integral that is. And as you can see, it can happen years later, as to being a township being responsible. So this is one of those ones where if you have a plan in place, or if you have a good standard operating procedure in your department, that it's really good to make sure you're going back to that, and especially with new legislation that's coming out on the books that might throw a wrench into the works, to ensure that your SOP is complying and is able to kind of embrace the new legislation, and making sure that everything is documented. I can't express to you how important that is on a regular day-to-day basis. The next piece I wanted to talk about, and the third one in that municipal matters series, is climate change. It's a big banner that I wave quite frequently, but specifically how could it affect Selwyn? Flood. I think that's kind of a concern right now. And certainly we see flood as being a huge issue. It's important that we have an emergency plan in place, and I'm sure you do, but recognize that those floods are happening more and more, and that the reasons for them are science and better. It used to just be that a flood would happen, but now we're getting claims for this flood happened because you developed upstream, right? Again, making the municipality responsible because they're the ones that did the development. Or not responding in the way that they are supposed to because they didn't comply with their SOP when an emergency happened, right? Did they have a disaster and an emergency plan in place and did they adhere to it? So those kind of things are really important. Another one that we're seeing, and again, not to pick on you, Barbara, but like for building code is shore erosion. Not so much around here, but certainly we're seeing shore erosion being an exposure of litigation for municipalities. Really just have to pick up the newspaper. It's happening all the time. It happened a lot during just to take it away from Ontario, we'll stop picking on Ontario for a minute, but Alberta, when they had the big floods in, oh gosh, what year was that? The big floods when it flooded in Canmore and it was devastating, but it would take whole yards, like people's yards were just gone. Now, as a first party insurer, if I insure that property that's gone, there is no insurance. Right? So if you own that property, it's not like you can make an insurance claim for your yard being destroyed by the river. It's not going to happen. And so what we're seeing is under shore erosion, people are losing half their lots, if not more in some cases, and they have no recourse. So typically when a homeowner has no recourse, they sue. And so in this case, it's going to be the municipal government. And so again, as we were talking about prior to the session, it's just so important that if we're developing on a dynamic coastline, that be noted somewhere and that the purchasers and any subsequent purchasers be made to be aware of it. Because right now they're attempting to hold some are attempting to hold municipalities responsible for their eroding shoreline. And of course, everyone wants to live next to the water, right? But it's a double-edged sword, like most things. Wind, an issue we've seen with the city of Barrie for one, when the big tornadoes went through and roof ties and things like that, which could compel changes to the building code. It hasn't yet. We'll see how that plays out. But it's important that again, that your emergency plan or your disaster plan respond and understand, like in a wind event, what would it look like and how would we respond and how would we be able to help our homeowners and our community. Wherever there's a wildland urban interface where you've got a lot of trees. When I drove up here, I saw that, and coming back to that last point, invasive species, you guys have Phragmites everywhere. Does everybody know what Phragmites is? Yeah, okay, so not a lot of people do, but I mean, they're beautiful, but their eradication should be everybody's concern. Coming back to flood, for instance, if you've got Phragmites growing in ditches, you are now changing the water course of those ditches so that in the event of a flood scenario, the water will not be able to evacuate through a ditch the way it used to because it's full of Phragmites, right? And so we've seen it where a flood happens and the water doesn't evacuate through the dikes or the ditches the way it was meant to. And so now we have water on roadways and now we have other houses, right? So getting rid of those darn pretty Phragmites is a really important venture, and there is a Phragmites eradication program in Ontario to help you get rid of it because it has to come out through the roots. You can't just whack at it. It's all tubers and it can be very, very invasive and can root out other natural species. Now, the thing about invasive Phragmites and extreme heat is they also dry, and when they're dry, all it takes is one cigarette butt coming out of the car and now you've got a fire hazard, right? And that fire hazard is that fire is going to be smoky and it's going to block people's vision along the roadway. And it's going to be really, really difficult to eradicate. So all of these things that we're talking about, flood, shore erosion, wind, fire, and extreme heat and invasive species are all interlinked. And that's kind of what I wanted to get across today is that climate change, it's all interlinked. One thing kind of can affect the other. And then what to do when a disaster does strike. So it's really important for counselors, and we've seen this happen a lot of times where the counselor will say, you've got a wet basement, we're going to get city crews down to your basement to help you out right away. And I can only tell you as a claims professional, past claims professional, this is not a good idea. We certainly understand elected officials and their desire to want to help their homeowners and their property owners in the community, and they want to help their community. We all do. But it's really important that when a homeowner phones, and I believe I gave you an article about why it's so important. It's always should, their first course of action should always be for that homeowner to phone their insurance company. The municipality is not their insurance company. It's not your crew's job in an emergent situation to clean out somebody's basement. And to eradicate mold, for instance. Mold growth can happen in 48 hours in a hot, in a hot humid scenario. And city crews are not equipped to be able to deal with the aeromoves and the mold remediation that needs to take place. And ultimately, is it really the municipality's responsibility in the first place, right? Did they do something wrong? Even if they did do something wrong, then the homeowner's insurance company will subrogate or will sue the municipality if they think that they're responsible. And that unfortunately is the right course of action, because then that way the homeowner gets their place repaired under their own homeowner's policy, which is the insurance policy they've purchased. It'll have things like replacement cost, bylaws, protection, all sorts of fun and really goods that they should have under their own homeowner's policy. And then that insurer will be able to come after the municipality in liability if they're negligent, if they've reached their duty of care, right? Remember ABC, they still have to do that group of ABC. It's really important that we don't act as a repair facility. Do I have one for? Okay, so I was a claims adjuster once, not too long ago, and I had a lady who phoned me who said, I've got mold in my basement. It's riddled with mold. I've got a subfloor, like they put, what is that arcade floor or whatever on their basement. And she lifted it, it smelled down there, it was always musky. And so somebody, son-in-law went down and lifted it up and it was riddled with mold underneath. So there was like a layer in between the floor and the concrete, riddled with mold. And I said, well, how did that happen? Mold covered under property, that person policy, so mold covered. So how did it happen? Oh, well, we had a flood a couple of years ago. There was a flood that came in, but the municipality came in and sucked up all the water. They had a water shop back and they came in and they sucked up the water. And we just thought, so it was dry. And so that was a couple of years ago. So now she's been living in a home with black mold, right? And I said, well, there is no, first of all, you've missed your opportunity to make a claim against your insurance policy. It's a year has transpired, and under your policy, you have a year to make a claim. And you're running out of time. Really, you should be going after the municipality because they shouldn't have gone in and tried to fix your basement, because had they used a restoration contractor, the restoration contractor, the first thing they would have done is ripped up that floor, right? So you have to get that out of there. It's not gonna be. And insured and done taken moisture meter readings and things like that, so that they know, because they're specialists. They understand a wet basement is a place you do not want to go. So we don't want to risk our own municipal crews' health in going into places that are not good to go into. And we don't want to hold them out as to be experts in any way. So when we're really talking about municipal crews doing anything on private property, we need to be very, very cautious, right? This is not their role to play. And we talked a little bit before this session about that interplay between public and private property. And it's one that I really want to caution you here today about. In the same way, we don't plow private roads, right? We can't plow private roads. And the reason why that is because if you do that, you could be responsible for the condition of that road because you plowed it. I just don't want to take up too much time, and I don't have my clock isn't here. It's the clock ticking. So, okay. Okay. All right. So really quickly, I had a claim once where a fellow, he was a snowbird who went down to Florida every winter, and his neighbor said, well, I'll blow your sidewalk for you, no problem. So he would blow the snow off his sidewalk, and that was really nice for his neighbor to do that. Really good deed, right? Which is what we want to do as a municipality. We want to do good deeds for our homeowners, and I get it. But if we do that on private property, we have an issue. We're exposing ourselves to liability. So in this case, what was happening was the neighbor was going along and he was blowing the snow from his neighbor's sidewalk while he was sunning in Florida. And somebody got in an accident because the neighbor was blowing the snow onto the roadway, which we know was a huge no-no, but the neighbor was doing that anyway. The guy down in Florida who was sunning down in Florida had no idea that his neighbor was doing that. He was just happy that he didn't have to worry about his sidewalk. But when the woman sued, she sued the homeowner because he was occupier. Right? So as I was representing the liability policy for that particular homeowner, I said, well, I'm sorry, but I'm going to sue the neighbor who was blowing the snow. You can't do that. And I said, well, we have to. He was the one that breached that duty of care. And you didn't, you had somebody clearing your sidewalk. And my liability policy is just here to protect you, not your neighbor, right? So those are the kind of things we have to be very, very cautious when we as the occupier, we have to understand our lane, so to speak, and stay within it. Because as soon as we venture outside of it, we're exposing our municipality, not to mention our own crews for safety, to hazards that we might not have been able to contemplate when we were coming up with our SOPs and our procedures. It's really important, and especially in an emergent situation, that you have a communication plan in place. Who is going to say what to who? Who's going to be speaking to the press, and what are they going to say? When ratepayers call you, what are you going to say to those ratepayers when they say, we want a crew down here tomorrow, it's your fault, my basement's wet, I want somebody down here right now? I recommend a script of sorts to be able to say, oh my God, like we want to show empathy, but we certainly don't want to admit fault, because we don't know that it's the municipality's responsibility that that person's basement is wet. There are a myriad of reasons why people's basements leak. So importantly, I would suggest that in a prior, because it's always good to plan for these things, because hope is not a plan, right? It's not a strategy. So we'd like to have a plan in place where you can say, in the event of a homeowner saying, come clear the snow out of my private driveway or whatever, that you have a plan to say, you know what, we're going to get you to phone Angela, because Angela will look after everything. and really put the ball back in the court where it belongs. Because I can tell you that we do have a lot of issues when there's that, you want to do the right thing. And there's a big difference between saying, I'm sorry, this is all our fault, to I'm sorry this happened to you. We'll get somebody out or we'll get somebody to call you and follow up with you to bring the best steps. There's a huge difference there in that messaging. And so I strongly recommend a script of some sort, just because, especially the other thing to remember is, we're incident reporting. Here we go. In an incident situation, people are frazzled and they're oftentimes going to say the wrong thing. A lot of the times we're going to get out of the car and we're going to say, oh my gosh, it was my fault, I was on my phone. Okay, we're never going to say that, but people do say that. And then the story changes later on when it comes to an insurance claim. So it's important that you have a plan for things like auto collisions, property liability. Again, shameless plug, we have these checklists for the report on the website. I would welcome you to use them. We prefer something like this that you're seeing here as opposed to something like this, which is what we all have in our glove box. Because those lines, I don't care how small you write, you can't write. In an accident situation, you're going to be frazzled. In an emergent situation where you've just had a huge flood in your community, you're going to be frazzled. And that's when we're going to say the wrong thing. So it's important that we have an incident plan in place. If this happens, this is what we're going to say. We're going to make her talk to Angela, but we're going to promise to follow up and make sure that Angela reached out. Is one, like you don't want to say nothing like here, this is somebody else's problem. If you want to be able to help your ratepayers, you can say, I'll follow up. You need to make sure that happened, but you need to phone your insurance company. I hope it goes well. And then importantly, one last little piece. If you're ever in a car accident, the first thing you do when you get in a car accident, you two just collided on the road. What are you going to do? You're going to make sure that everybody's okay. But then the first thing you're going to do, even if the police are there, you're going to get out of the car and you're going to look for the witness. And you're going to get that witness information. There's my little free piece of advice. It's singularly as an insurance adjuster, something that nobody ever does. Typically they'll do it, oh, the police were there, so I didn't bother. No, because police reports take weeks to get. So if you want to get your claim adjusted, the old adjuster is telling you now, get witness information, go over. I used to have I still have business cards, but not a lot of people have business cards anymore, but get their phone number and their name. And then that way you can give that to the adjuster right away. That should be on your incident report to your staff, because even your staff proves they get in an accident, get witness information. Because stories change by the time it gets to insurance. I talked as quickly as I could.
You did really well. Are there any questions? Councillor Boyko.
Thank you very much for really informative discussion. In my academic life, I am one of those geeks who enjoy things like Marchie versus Nelson and then investigating those things because I know how important they are. I don't claim to understand them all the time, but at least I enjoy researching them. This one I think is fascinating. And so I want to ask you not specifics to Selwyn Township, but in a general case with municipalities, when I see that winter maintenance does not constitute a core policy decision, I don't know how it can't.
I attended that somewhat, so that was what part of what the idea being that it wasn't listed as a core policy decision. So it was where Nelson hadn't done, this is what our winter maintenance plan was. So that when they went to rely on that as a defense, it wasn't in there. Right, that's what that means is so
Right.
they have winter maintenance in there, but it was not as concise as the judge would have liked to have seen it, specifically when it comes to the removal of those windrows of snow, right? That it was mute to that. It didn't talk to that.
Okay.
And so because of that, they couldn't rely on it. They couldn't say, well, it's our policy decision to leave the windrows up because it actually wasn't. So that's kind of what that point meant.
Okay, I understand. If I could through you, Mayor Senes, policy versus operation. I think I understand that. And let's give an example, not again specific to Selwyn, but a municipality. We will establish a municipality will establish a policy that say we will clear and sand and salt the sidewalks. Great. Now, the operation, there's a sidewalk plow person that will be doing that, but due to climate change and the manner in which the weather and climate is changing, we're seeing far more ice on sidewalks than we've ever seen before, and it can be sanded. And then there's ice later on that day. Are municipalities more liable as a result of that? And would you advise municipalities to increase their budget in terms of personnel and sanding and frequency? And I'm talking about operation because the climate is simply making walking on a sidewalk more hazardous.
Yes.
Yes, is the short answer. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we need to look at from a budgetary point of view.
I think coming back to 5 steps, you need to, if that is an issue, if our sidewalks are more icy than they ever were in the past, then we need to look at that first step of identifying loss exposures because people will fall and people will sue, right? If that's your responsibility. And then how do you mitigate that? Maybe you do need to double up on your salt, but remember when you're doubling up on your brine and your salt, you're going to be affecting the water table as well, right? So everything is a double edged. So it's important that you go through that 5-step process. What I can say is that there are standards in place. Brian would be able to speak to you more about the standards for salting and stuff, but that as long as you've complied with those standards in a good faith effort to comply with not only the standards, but your own operational or your own policies of surrounding those operations, and you have evidence of that, you can show a judge we did a good faith effort. We just had an ice storm. One was just last week. The weather this spring has been insane. And so if you have an ice storm and then somebody slips and falls while the ice is still coming down, to me, I would say logic would tell you, well, it was icy out and you fell. So but that doesn't constitute a breach, right? Yes, you had a duty of care, but did you breach that duty of care? And the way that we establish whether it was breached or not is whether you complied with standards.
Right. So if I could, one more part of this
Yeah.
is that something that all municipalities are doing is there are more public trails being created right across Canada, which is a terrific thing. And many of those trails are on municipal property. So are we in more of a situation where we will be held liable if we do not plow and sand those trails? And we just leave it. I know there's trails in Selwyn that adjacent homeowners, property owners are going out and plowing part of it and to clear. But it's on our property. So would we be more in a more dangerous position if we plowed it and salted it ourselves just as part of our sidewalk plan? Or should we just leave it alone saying it's not a sidewalk, it's a trail, and so therefore we are not going to plow on sidewalk?
It's a great question. A couple of points. First of all, I like that you've understood that there's that intersection between private and public, which is something that when you're doing that 5-step plan is something you need to recognize where you get that intersection of public and private. I would say that the OTC, the Ontario Trails Council, has some real guidelines, again, because that's what we're always looking for as a standard, right? So is my first question would be, which would make people fall less, right? If they didn't use the trails at all in the winter, they're not going to fall on it, right? But then we're restricting behaviors, and that can be really problematic. If we know that people are using those trails, and we can't stick our head in the sand, that I have a slide for that, but what we can't do as a risk management strategy is either hope or stick our head in the sand. We can't. If we know, for instance, take it away from the trails for a minute, toboggan is a great example, right? If we have hills, and for the while, Hamilton was saying, no more sledding, no more tobogganing, it's just too much of an exposure, right? But they realized that people were tobogganing anyway, because if you're gonna get a hill with some snow on it, we're gonna sled down it, right? And if we're kids, we're gonna build jumps so that we can catch air while we're going down those hills, right? So if we know as the municipality, for the occupier of that outdoor space, and we know people are using it, because we have to be aware of what's going on within our borders, then we have to mitigate that risk as much as possible. If you know that people are using that trail regardless, then I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but you have to be able to mitigate it so that first of all, nobody's going to follow those trails as much as possible, as much as practical. Apply to the standards. If it's a dangerous trail, it's going to be in Calgary, in Calgary, and there's ice that would come down across a trail. It was dangerous. Like there was no way, aside from blasting this, because it was like a waterfall that came across the trail and then would freeze. There was no way to navigate that safely. That trail should have been blocked. Nobody should have even been able to attempt to go cross it, right? But it wasn't. And had I fallen on the ice when I was carrying my bike over my, to get across it, arguably I would have I would have been able to sue the city. Now, in a free and fair society, anybody can sue, whether I'm going to be successful is a whole other issue.
Right. Thank you. So I think you've suggested a couple of budgetary considerations for sidewalks and trails.
If you know that people are using it anyway, you can't put your head in the sand for sure.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Deputy Mayor Black.
Yeah, thank you through Mayor Sandus. I've got a couple of quick ones, hopefully. I like the idea that you have a Center for Excellence and that staff can get case studies and things that will help them make decisions around risk management. With respect to the occupier situation, should our rental agreements identify them as the occupier specifically in case something happens? I'm thinking of when we rent ice at the rink. Is the occupier responsible for any injuries that happen in the dressing room? They can't be for the rest of the facility, but if somebody steps on somebody's toes with their skate on, that sort of thing, should that be written into our rental agreements?
It's a good consideration. The question would be if, for instance, let's give you an example, using that same set example. Some you could make it a group of a rugby club that's decided they're going to play hockey, and just make things up on the fly. But and they go in and they say, okay, well, we're going to have exclusive use of this changing room for an hour before we can play on the ice. Okay, and somebody gets hurt in there. You can make the argument you're the occupier, you're responsible. But if they fell because one of the benches was broken and there was a piece of wood sticking out and they stuck themselves with it, that's going to be problematic. So even it's difficult to make them an occupier because it's up to the occupier to de-risk the space as much as possible, right? So it's kind of a double-edged, I don't want to say double-edged sword again, but it's that idea to be the occupier if you have exclusive use.
Yeah, you're still not, if it's not safe when they arrive.
Exactly.
Clearly, yeah, not,
Exactly.
but.
So
it's-
long-term rental, on the other hand, yes, absolutely. You'd be
Okay.
wrong to do that. But the idea is calling somebody an occupier, it's great to do that in practice, but it's actually going to be up to the judge to decide whether who is the occupier in those cases.
But if it's not in there, then you don't have the option of saying they're the occupier
It's
as part of your
a given.
defense,
It's just a given.
is it?
I,
Okay.
I believe so. I mean, I'm not aware of they went on TV, but
One question that came up at the Roma conference was around the inability of municipalities to get insurance quotes from more than one or two insurance providers. And I'm not sure if I can remember if we actually came out as a motion that Roma look into self-insurance as municipalities could join together and create their own insurance program of some sort. What is the challenge with municipalities getting a number of quotes, competitive quotes for insurance these days?
Let Polly and Patrick talk about what I can say about self-insurance is that it's not as easy as it might sound. And
Why not?
The hoops that one has to jump through. This is what's interesting about self-insurance and captives and reciprocals is in order to make oneself attractive or make it a good business case study when you're doing your step 2, the business case analysis of mitigating loss. In doing that practice, you're doing everything right. And when you start doing everything right and you become a good risk, a really good risk and a really tight risk, then you have more options to you. Right, it's almost like the same as improving your credit rating, right? As soon as you improve your credit rating, your credit is cheaper, it's easier to get. It's the same thing, right? If you're not doing all of those steps in a diligent way and at every level, documenting procedures and stuff like that, then you're no longer, then in self-insurance is not going to be a good avenue for you either.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting that's
Yeah.
the route we go, but I just question why, with the number of insurance companies we have in Canada, that municipalities only seem to get 1 or 2 quotes provided.
Very unique risks, right?
Mhm.
As you well know, what a municipality does, and every one of them is different. Upper tier, lower tier, they're all a little bit different.
Yeah.
Some of them have hospitals, some of them have long-term care homes. Each exposure is unique. And there are very few, I would argue that there are very few carriers that understand the exposure as well as us.
Okay. Just one more.
Shameless plug there, but I do think that it isn't the same as just placing, like, it is very esoteric coverage. I'll let you guys speak to that.
That's so there's currently only 4 providers in the province. Eval, Aon, Marshall's, Jail, and ourselves. So some of the carriers don't have capacity. Markets that are prepared to take on excess capacity or excess risk. And just the competitive nature of it. Price driven. So I know our organization, we're not going to get in a race to find. Now we're comfortable. I can assure you better times are coming. It may not be 2023, but it'll be 2024. Just a broader swath of people prepared and well prepared to provide terms and conditions. Capacity might change. So as you grow and scale, risks are capped. Liabilities and things are up. And the stuff we recently discussed on the $16 million house. Judge and throughout the accidents pretty severe. Accident. Catastrophic injuries, judge. So those things happen. So you can well prepared for stuff and address carries. To answer your question. Right now there's probably 2 barriers that are open for business. Harsh costs. One will vote on application and that'll change.
Thank you, Brian. One more follow-up through you, Mayor Senes. The question around building permits kind of brought me back to my younger Councillor Coulis days when I was on council in the 90s, and again, a very green person at the time. We got statistics from the building department that said there were 25 outstanding pool permits. And I said, wow, we've got 25 new pools being built this year. Well, no, we get about 4 new pools built each year. So that represented basically 5 years of open permits. And, you know, risk management wasn't even talked about back in the 90s. So it wasn't a concern. But my concern at the time was that the main purpose of a pool permit, in my view, was to make sure there was a fence up there so kids didn't fall in the pool, the neighbors' kids didn't fall in the pool. So I was concerned that we had pools that had been out there being used and we hadn't inspected to see that there was a fence put up around those pools. So when asking the question why, the answer was that it's up to the applicant to call for the inspection. And I thought, that's not a good enough reason from a risk management point of view to me. So they were cleaned up very quickly, of course. But what's the duty of care on from the building department's perspective, as you talked about that one case of bringing to go back and regularly check if they've gone beyond the inspection stage, the framing, the insulation, whatever. What's the duty of care for the municipality to go back and say, oh, you've gone beyond this inspection, that sort of thing.
You've covered up the electrical and now we can't see it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So what's our duty of care? And I don't know if that's still the same SOP for us, so that we wait till we get a call for the inspection, but when something hasn't been called for 2 years and people are living in the house,
But has the permit been closed off, right? So then there's.
no, it wouldn't have been.
Right, and so there's that whole head in the sand, and then there's the whole interplay between that, right? The amount of responsibility that I'm not gonna get on too much on my soapbox about, I think that there's a lot of responsibility there for municipalities. But what I can tell you, and it really does mean having an SOP and sticking to it and documenting the difference of it, making sure that every phone call is being documented and those files are going to be fixed. So, and there's nothing that can be done about that right now. We're getting things that are going back a long ways, and it's expected that the municipality is going to be the font of all of that information, and it's an onerous duty. Most certainly, I would argue that it's going to change. But there's a lot of legislation coming at the building department provincially, as I'm sure you already know, that is making the life of the building code inspector uncomfortable. I think is that the safe word, just like there's a lot of work to be done and there's a lot of responsibility there. Where we see it falling down is where there is no documentation, right? And it's just, and again, it's just, that's the only thing. There are going to be times when it's going to be who has the best case in front of the judge, right? And I don't think judges, and maybe I don't think judges are trying to make municipalities, under the thumb, but where people's safety is at play, they're going to make, like the MMS case is a great example, Patrick. Like that was a very sympathetic plaintiff. I believe it's being appealed though, but it's not.
So I think the judge made an opinion that I don't think is something that can challenge.
Okay, so my understanding was, I think whether it's going to be under discussion. Yeah, so because it's one of those cases that's going to have huge ripple effects, much like the Nelson, right, where there's going to be almost intervener stats, and we need to get that kind of changed around, because we need to be able to rely on the MMS, just like for building code officials, we need to know what is needed from us and how do you want us to proceed, so that there isn't going to be exposure liability. Especially because remember that all of those losses that we're talking about from the building code inspector side, failing foundation, walls collapsing, joists aren't spaced properly, whatever, but the electrical was done by someone who didn't have their certifications, things like that. None of that's going to be covered by insurance, by that property person's, the homeowner's insurance, to remedy that. So that becomes really problematic for the municipality. So we don't work for some.
Yeah, thanks for the answer. Just so everybody knows that none of the staff that were there back then are here today. It's not our current staff. That wasn't the response from the current staff. So just wanted to make that clear.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Henry?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Sennis. Thank you very much for being here today in your presentation. Very informative, and I appreciate the free advice on looking for witnesses.
Very important.
There's been a lot of focus, obviously, on physical harm, physical damages. What I'm about to say in no part reflects on my opinions directly. However, we are in a society now where people seem to be emotionally harmed all the time. And sometimes this is caused by pronouns or adjectives or other interpretations of words. With documentation being very critical, how should we be approaching documentation to ensure that it is done in an inclusive language that does not cause further harm or damage going down the road? And should our policies and or bylaws be worded that way moving forward? And should we be looking at our previous bylaws to make sure that everyone will be happy?
It's not so much that everybody's happy. Everybody's happy. Maybe it's all in all, but I think it is, there are standards. And I think that importantly, yeah, it's kind of a blanket statement. There are standards where AMO, other kind of, higher groups or organizations, municipalities are doing exactly that in an effort to be more inclusive. Then it would be a good idea to have a discussion about whether they should be changed internally at Solid as well, to make sure that you're all on the same page. And that's if you've got one that if you're the one municipality that has, I don't mean to any pejorative when I say this, archaic language, for instance, as opposed to more forward-facing language. I think that you might expose yourself to people who want to pick that over, as it were. And I think that you can only do yourself a service by modernizing. And it's more important, like what things like the AMO are saying, and those kind of more authority bodies that come together and create standards. Things like the ORFA, like there's lots of good standards out there that can help you to. But rely on those standards. When you make the decision, document why you made that decision, and that's.
Yeah, sure. I see Councillor Koulis.
Thanks. You have been really informative. I'm still struggling with how to stay in my lane when we have language of the policy direction versus the operational, the policy decision versus the operational decision.
Mm-hmm.
So for us moving forward as councillors, how do we stay in our lane? Like, we're not going to go to public service and be like, hey, or public works and be like, hey, did you fill out all the documentation? Like, that's not our role.
Mm-hmm.
So are there certain steps in the kind of, but that's what I mean. Like, is there certain steps, like, I don't want to always go to Angie. I feel bad, Angie. And there's all my questions. I don't want to bombard her every day. But I assume, again, this is good faith, assuming they're doing their job. Is there anything on our side that we could also be doing without going out of our lane?
So that's a really great question, because you have that, responsibility. So where you can control the bylaws and the SOPs, and then in concert with your administrative branch, make sure that you don't want any gaps or surprises. Gaps and surprises is bad. And so making sure that those things happen, and then you can ask for audits, right? You can ask your administrative branch to say, hey, can we just, and maybe make that part of your procedure. And I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but if you're concerned about that, those are valid concerns, because you wouldn't necessarily know. And so finding ways in conjunction with the administrative branch to say, how do we follow up so we can feel confident that all of the due diligence is being done right from the top all the way down to our current staff workers. It's a really important concern to have, and a really responsible one. But there ought to be audits or spot checks or something so that you can know and rely on that admin. I mean, we have seen claims where there's that disconnect between the elected officials and the admin branches. And that's a problem. And I don't know how you would facilitate bringing that together somewhere. I would imagine a spot check or audit of some sort, just a report back saying this was done in this past muster would be one way to for you to feel a little bit more.
Through you. I just want to clarify too, with the training coming up, are some of these questions that we've asked likely to be, okay. All right, thank you.
We'll drill into them a lot more, but I also, for those of you that are signing up, please feel free to send me questions. I really like the interactivity and it makes, because if you've got the question, that means like 100 other people have that question as well. And so it answers it for everybody and it makes the sessions more dynamic and more informative for everybody. And that's really, again, it's all that effort to get everybody on the same page.
Okay, I see no further questions. Thank you very much, Tracy. Thank you, Ally and Patrick, for coming. And we will take a 5-minute break before we move on to John.
We've got 3 more hours, 3 more hours of meeting
Okay.
today.
We are going to begin again, and we have John Mascaron to give us an update on legal responsibilities. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Again, my pleasure to be here today. I will try to truncate what's usually a 2.5-hour presentation to 1 hour. I just really want to commend Tracy. That was an excellent presentation. And I started off not liking her because she was swag. I was by her excellent presentation. So I'm just hoping I can, try to get close to that. So I'm going to talk to you about a number of things today, and if we could, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, Madam Mayor, but I also want to be mindful of your time. So perhaps if you could leave the questions till the end. I usually say, can I have questions throughout? It makes it a little more engaging. But I really like to try to get through what I can, and you're going to see that in a couple of instances. I'm just going to skip over some things,
Sure.
just to keep you, if I can, on time. So my introduction will be very brief. I will cite a number of sources only to give you some themes that I'll be talking about throughout my presentation. The first one, I just love this quote, is from a case with the Supreme Court of Canada dealing with restitution and dealing with contractual zoning. Could a municipality agree to contract for certain services with the promise of giving up zoning to a party? Of course you can't, right? And Justice LaBelle says, municipal governments are different products. I always stop quote there. And then I thought, I'm missing the key point through which the people of a community embark upon the structure of life together. Isn't that an absolutely beautiful sentiment for everybody's community, not just in South, but every community, right? People of a community embark upon and structure of life together. It kind of gives some resonance, I think, to the rest of my presentation, hopefully. While serving on the council, members are under a duty to act in the best interest of the corporation and the citizens they represent. Now, my students at school will always say, I don't get that. Who are they actually acting in the best interest of? The corporation or the citizen? It's one or the other. What's the definition of municipality? A municipality is a geographical area whose inhabitants are incorporated. So it is both the corporation and the citizen, because it's really, in a sense, one and the same. Okay? This is a case that goes back a number of years. It's a fundamentally important case cited by the Supreme Court often on its own. Lawmaking and implementation are often best achieved at a level of government that is not only the most effective, but also closest to the citizens effective, and thus most responsive to their needs, to local distinctiveness, population diversity. This was done it was issued in 2001, before we had equity, inclusivity, diversity, all things that we try to put in place today. Okay, Councillor Henry was asking a very perceptive question about it before. Just look, this was 22 years ago that the Supreme Court of Canada made that reference, right? Lawmaking implementation often best achieved at a level of government that is closest to the people, right? Well, but Supreme Court of Canada relooks at things, and sometimes they look at it somehow differently. Just a couple of years ago, a case that you're probably quite familiar with. Yes, I know it dealt with the city of Toronto, but it was the government coming in mid-election, changing the rules. What's it doing today with Bill 23? The exact same thing. The province has, well, absolutely unfettered legal power to do with that municipality and the rules. Why? Why does it say that? Constitutionally, municipalities are not a protected constitutional level of government, right? You are a creature of provincial statute. When does that use? It's used in a pejorative sense, always to say you have very limited jurisdiction to do what you want to do. So I gave you a bunch of things, some themes, and now I'm going to talk about roles and responsibility. And I appreciate we've had some orientation already, but I wanted to go through a few things. If you didn't know, municipalities are created by the province of Ontario. Oh yeah, there it comes from the province itself. Okay, well, we know this, okay? Governing body, you are the most important governing body in the municipality, right, in local government. You exercise executive, legislative, and sometimes quasi-judicial powers. That's why I was talking a little bit about before, the difference between council making legislative and policy decisions and council sitting as a committee of adjustment and being actual adjudicator. I have to say, I'm not being overly critical there, but I was a little surprised by the reference to statutory public meetings when you refer to committee of adjustment. Those are meetings which are really hearings. It's a meeting, and then there are hearings that are structured within it. I wouldn't really call it a statutory public meeting in the sense of other matters. So I'm not being overly critical, but I think the question, it might have been you, Councillor Boyd, that asked that very question. So it struck me as well. Council is an elected assembly, acts as a collective body, and typically you do it how? Only if there's a quorum and you act by majority vote, right? You do it by bylaws, resolutions, approvals, or in some cases, some other means as otherwise specifically authorized. Typically in an open public forum. Why? To ensure that accountability, transparency, and openness is there for all of your residents. But finish. That's really it. That's the statement. I'm just kidding. Role of council, it's specified under section 224 of the Municipal Act. Great. It's there. Read it, understand it. But really, what is it? And this is not the most important decision. But I really like the two very brief statements. In Ontario, the decision-making power of municipalities is given to the municipal council. It is to exercise those powers by bylaw. It should have just said a little bit further, or is otherwise specifically authorized. I was actually in court last Wednesday arguing this very point. The other side was saying they didn't pass the bylaw, they didn't pass the resolution, and they had no confirmatory bylaw. So what happened was illegal. There, I'm finished. And I said, and you forgot to read section 5.1. It says by bylaw or is otherwise specifically authorized. And in this case, the case that I was arguing, there was an otherwise specifically authorized. And I will give you one more example of that. But look at the second paragraph. The council is, I'm sorry, I'm on slide 11. You might not be able to see that. Slide 11. The council is the general agent of the corporation for all purposes. This means whereby the municipality may find itself to a course of action. Why is that statement important? It's important because it's a principle, it's a general concept of law dealing with corporations, business corporations, that there is something called the indoor management. And the indoor management rule in the business corporation sense, and is enshrined in both the Canada Business Corporations Act as well as the Canadian Business Corporations Act, is if you're an officer or senior director of a corporation and you hold yourself out as having authority to do something, you may be able to bind the corporation by your statements, your actions, or other things that you do. So Elon Musk can say something really dumb and it could bind his corporation, whether it's Tesla or Twitter or whatever he owns. Madam Mayor, you may not be able to bind the municipality, neither will any other member of council alone, because, or Janice or Angie or Lane or anyone else. Even if they write something on letterhead, and even if they say, oh, you have a contract. The indoor management rule does not apply to municipalities. It's absolutely clear. Only council can bind the municipality, or unless there's something that says otherwise, that the mayor can do something. The Emergency Management Civil Protection Act, the mayor has the authority, and the council has authority in that case. Who can expel someone if they're acting unruly? I haven't started being unruly yet. You can do that. You don't have to ask council. So you have certain executive powers, but admittedly rather limited. But it's really only council that can bind the municipality. powers have to be exercised by council, and section 5.3, which was the point that I was arguing in court last week. If I really had some time, I'd tell you all about it. It's a really fascinating case. Municipal power has to be exercised by bylaw unless the municipality is specifically authorized to do otherwise. One way that I'll give you that one example because it's important. I had a big fight in the city of Kingston about this several years ago. You go to a closed meeting, and I'll talk about closed meetings in just a moment, but you go to a closed meeting and you are not allowed to do certain things in a closed meeting. You're not allowed to have certain votes. But one of the votes that you can have, if you're in properly in the closed meeting, and I'll talk about that, is that you may give directions to your staff or agents or consultants of the municipality to carry out certain things. That's specifically authorized to do otherwise. So, just a really quick example. You like to purchase lands and you want to authorize your CAO to be able to do so. You don't want to disclose the purchase price or the price that you're willing. So you authorize Ms. Lavallee to go and negotiate up to a certain point to buy land, right? You don't want to disclose that because if the purchaser knows that in open session, sorry, the vendor knows that, it's a problem, right? So you're allowed to do that. And people often will say, some closed meeting investigators, I think, have gotten totally wrong. They say, you can't make substantive decisions at a closed meeting. I'm sorry, I think you can. When you make a decision, we'd like to purchase those lands, and it's Valley, you have authority from us to go spend up to X amount of dollars and make an offer. You've made a substantive decision. And you're authorized to do that. So that's one example. The Municipal Act is right with, I think the last time I counted, something like 36 separate examples where you can do something other than pass a bylaw. So the head of council, Mayor Sennis, I'm going to talk about you. You're going to love this, but maybe not. You're the head of council. You preside over meetings, of course. But anyway, it's the section 241 of the Municipal Act says the exact same thing. It was so important that you provide leadership and preside over meetings that they actually said it twice. You provide, of course, leadership to the municipality, and you represent the municipality at official functions. You also act as the chief executive officer. That's really curious because if you think about a chief executive officer in the context of a corporation, a business corporation, you have a vision of what that is. Well, look at what 226 on slide 15 now says. It doesn't really look like what a chief executive officer is. Justice Morocco in the Collingwood Judicial Inquiry, because if you know anything about that, by the way, council members, if you want a really great 101 of how is a municipality not to conduct itself, look at the Collingwood Judicial Inquiry. It's a really great primer. And my view, the head of council as the CEO is a complete misnomer. The roles and responsibilities of head of council differ from those of the corporate executive officer in a meaningful way. The head of council does not have the same power as the CEO, does not have unilateral powers, except in certain very specific instances. I gave you 2 examples before. So please be aware of that. I do want to tell one little story. It was rather embarrassing for the mayor of one of my councils last term. I've gotten with the CAO, the clerk, planning director, about every senior staff member that called me at one point and said, you've got to have a chat with the mayor. Mayor thinks he's a CEO. I go, he is. He's a CEO. No, not that CEO. And I said, well, you know, new mayor, first time mayor, let's just see where it goes. Until, oddly enough, I got calls from council members themselves. Now, as legal counsel, you probably know, I do not take calls directly from you. That's not how it works. It goes through the administration to me. Okay. Oh, occasionally, Madam Mayor, yes, I may get a call from you in rare cases, but usually it's always through the staff administration. And they were saying, you got to do something about this. Okay, so I said, okay, go. I'll do it. And I had a conversation with the mayor. It did not go well. So I did report back and I said, look, I had the conversation, didn't go well. I was at a council meeting and all of a sudden one of the members of the council said, Mr. Prescott, I'd like to ask you a question. Sure. Can you tell us what CEO of a municipality means in this context? And I went, okay, we're gonna do this live in an open session. And then it was, can the mayor do this? Can the mayor do that? No. Can the mayor do this? No. And they went through a litany of things. I think they were trying to make the point. It was very embarrassing for the mayor. But let me say, got himself into the problem. So we do now have something called strong mayor powers for 2 municipalities. Something that eradicates the whole system of local government as it has existed in Ontario for over 200 years. It's absolutely ridiculous. I've said it. Okay. Council members, what is your role? Well, it's not specifically articulated. Even though a whole bunch of other people have roles, not for council members individually. Justice Morocco again, and I'm quoting several times, the province of Ontario should amend the municipal act to define the roles and responsibilities of individual council members. And it should be made clear that only council as a whole and not a single member has the authority to direct staff to carry out any particular functions or act on any matter unless council has specifically authorized that. One of my big things, I act as integrity commissioner for a number of municipalities. In fact, I was very briefly as a sort of a placeholder for Selwyn while I went through the public procurement process through the county. And now it's 21. No.
Robert.
Oh, Bob Swayze. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, Bob Swayze, great guy, best boss I ever had. I worked for Bob 5 years. I was an in-house municipal lawyer. I also didn't know, this is not a setup. I did not know Bob Swayze was a fantastic guy. There you go. The role of the council, I pulled from the municipal. Oh, people are already leaving. As a council member, as a council, you have 3 main roles to play. Representative, because you represent the citizens, all the citizens. I know some of you are elected by ward, but when you become a council member, you represent all of the citizens of the municipality as a whole. That's a very important concept. You cannot turn around and say, these people like me, I'm standing up for them. What are all the other people in this municipality going to think? So you're a policymaker and you're a steward. I wouldn't have used the word steward, but you know, it's the concept of you have stewardship over the municipal assets and finances and so on. But look at the last sentence. That's the one that's important. Many of those decisions will have long-term consequences for your municipality beyond the 4-year term of office. It should be made in the context of your municipality's plans, the long-term health and welfare of the community. So when you're thinking about what is best interests of the municipality, the corporation of a resident, it's complex. I can't say this is it. It's not black letter law. You have to consider it in context at that particular time with the issues that you're dealing with and with everything that's happening. Have the law just recently changed? What is the context? Again, Councillor Evans, going back to your very perceptive point, what do we do about language? Things like that. It's important now. You know, maybe 5 years ago, it wouldn't have been so important, right? But now it has become important. You have to make those decisions. They are complex and sometimes very controversial. Can't tell you how many municipalities I've had to really struggle with. A land acknowledgement. You need to do this, right? Somehow now refused. It's shocking to me, but I appreciate that. You know, times they are changing. It's tough sometimes. So George Rustine basically said what Justice Morocco said. Council members have no authority as individuals to take actions on behalf of municipalities. Going back to something Tracy was saying, you know, I know something will happen. Maybe, let's hope, but not something perhaps catastrophic. You're going to get calls, or something during contract. You're going to get called. Please be careful. You do not have any unilateral authority to bind the municipality. And yet, if you say something to a resident, they'll take it as gospel, and then it will be quoted back. And then it might come to the insurer when the insurer is trying to do something for you, or they come to legal counsel and we're saying, why did you say that? And I know I can go in front of a court and say, that was just one member of council, that member said that, you know, wrong, shouldn't have. What's gonna happen? The other side's gonna go, did council ever correct that? Just watch in Ottawa, the council meeting dealing with Rick Shirelli, the long embattled council member, the one who did absolutely atrocious and bad things to his admin assistants and job applicants. All, not surprisingly, very young women, less than half his age. He was pimping them out. It was terrible. It was disgusting. What did council do when they found out that there was something happening? A number of people stood up and said, this is inappropriate, completely disgusting. He should not have a seat. It was never corrected. And so when it went to in front of council, when the Integrity Commission brought the report, the judge ended up saying, you can't make those statements and then become an adjudicative body. You biased yourself, right? So again, please just be very careful about statements that you make. You're certainly allowed to express an opinion, your view, but on something that maybe, you know, lots of liability attended to it, you have to be really careful, because statements that you make, while they don't technically bind the municipality, they will be perceived to possibly do that, and they will be argued that it did bind the municipality, especially if there's no correction afterwards somehow. Okay. You are fiduciaries of the municipality. You have fiduciary obligations. That's a very high standard. The language in the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing's guide was a steward. I like the word trustee. What's a trustee? A trustee at law is a person or an entity that looks after another person or something, like assets or something, if it was themselves or as if it was their own. Standard. That's a really, really high standard. The Simpson Bertizzi case, very interesting case that dealt with the former mayor becoming CAO. Is now Sault Ste. Marie. An elected official stands in a fiduciary relationship with the elector. Okay. One thing that I just want to point out, I've never been asked this question as many times as I was last term. And it was essentially members of council being very upset and writing to the clerk or writing to the CAO saying, you need to protect me. The Occupational Health and Safety Act says workplace harassment, you've got to stop. These residents are writing to me, posting stuff on social media. It's hurting me, it's aggravating, right? There's no application of the Occupational Health and Safety Act to you as members of council to protect you. You are not employees of this municipality. It's been made very clear in this case, and it's been made very clear in a number of other instances, specifically the case that I'm thinking about that I had some involvement, DiMucci versus Town of Newmarket, went to the Ontario Human Rights Tribunal. The Ontario Human Rights Tribunal said, no, as a member of council, you're not an employee, you're not in any kind of employment relationship, you're not even akin to some sort of contractual employment relationship. So please bear that in mind. Now, it doesn't work the other way. The municipality has an obligation to protect its employees. So if any of you act disrespectfully, inappropriately under the Occupational Health and Safety Act, there can be a complaint made against you, and there also, of course, can be a code of conduct complaint made against you, right? There's a very interesting case out of North Stormont, Villeneuve versus North Stormont. I'm sure your commissioner will tell you about this. Madam Justice Leeper wrote the majority decision, and she said, why do you have a requirement for respectful conduct in a code of conduct? And it says, including members of the staff. Because one of the biggest sources of complaints that integrity commissioners receive, including our office, is from staff against members of council who are not staying in their lane, who are trying to take over their responsibilities and many times acting in a harassing, a disrespectful, uncivil, non-professional way. And in this case, Madam Justice Leeper said, well, Of course, it was put in place because of this. There is a power imbalance. Council will always have the last word. Council sits at the front. If anyone wants to quote anyone in by media, it's going to be council first. And staff are there. So there has to be some protection. And I think, in fact, I know Bob Swayze has always taken that position as mayor. So I wanted to point that out only because I've been asked that question more times last term than I can ever remember. And I think it's just the prevalence of social media. By the way, so what do you do if people are criticizing you, but it's reached a level that's just beyond, right? Municipality, it's really hard. Municipality has no reputation. There's a case, Montague versus Page. Municipality cannot sue for defamation. What do? Well, defamation is a private civil suit, right? Hate crimes, right? Under the criminal code, pretty high standard. Police typically don't want to get it, right? It has to be really bad. But you do have a new thing called online or internet harassment, and it's very different from defamation. That's when someone continues and is consistent in writing and attempting to completely annoy you, create aggravation, anxiety, and basically displace your ability to function appropriately in your position. So you've now got something called online or internet harassment. It's a new tort that's been created. I'm sorry, I cannot remember the name of the case because I don't have it on the slide. But it's a new tort and it's just developing. The bad news is it's a private civil tort. So again, it's not like the municipality can stand behind you, except in one instance. If the vitriol, the disparagement, the defamation is so overwhelming that it, against any member of council or the head of council, that council looks at and says, you know what, or even potentially against the CAO or senior officer, council can stand in line and say, you know what, we will fund the defamation claim or the online harassment claim. That has happened. The famous case is Casey Hill versus the Church of Scientology, who spared no amount of money to try to go after the Crown prosecutor. And the Ministry of the Attorney General said, this is ridiculous. We're standing behind him. We're going to pay for his cost of suing for defamation. He was successful. I gave that opinion about 15 years ago to Mayor Morris in the town of Aurora. And the council understood that and paid for her defamation claim. What was really fascinating in that case is she wasn't reelected, and the first order of business of the new council was to stop funding.
I know.
So the municipal administration, you cannot function at the municipality unless you work with your municipal administration. What's the role of staff? Well, it's set out in section 227. Staff will implement council's decisions, carry out council's decisions, undertake research provided by student council, and carry out their duties and responsibilities of the municipality. What's staff here to do? To do what you direct them to do, what you would like to do. And you set policy, you implement programs, and you give directions to staff. However, I just want to point out there are a number of statutory officers, and these are people that you cannot tell what to do. So for instance, the clerk. She's an employee, but in some instances, she has statutory responsibilities. You say to her, you know what, Ms. Chittick, you have to keep verbatim records of all meetings, and I'd like you to put in your thoughts, you know, what you think, a little bit of authenticity, really wonderful. And she would say to you, I just can't do that. I'm supposed to record the proceedings without note or comment. I cannot do otherwise. She's the chief electoral officer under the Municipal Elections Act. Wouldn't it be great if you told her how to run the election? You can't do that. The treasurer, right? Lance, you were the treasurer. Right, there you go. Lance, you can't say to him, we've had a bad year, we're going to run a deficit, and we'd like you to do the books like that. He's going to say, cannot do that. Cannot write those statements that way. The chief building official, you would like or not like him to issue a permit. You can't tell him how to do that. He has a responsibility under section 8, under section 10 of the under 8.3 as well to issue a permit when it complies with the law and all applicable law. So you can't tell him issue to this developer, good guy, you know, he's going to do something good here. If he can't issue it, he can't issue it, or vice versa. Okay, so statutory officers, your chief administrative officer, you're one employee. She's effectively the person who runs the municipality. And I know, like, you weren't elected to run the municipality, you were elected to govern the municipality. Residents don't know that, but I've now told you that. Okay, you need to know that. That's really important. She runs the municipality, she's your one employee. And if you want to read about it, there's a really great paper by CAMA, the role and significance of the CAO position in Canadian municipal government. And I don't quote it, I don't cite it there because they actually cited one of my papers. Okay, so how do you work together, council and staff? I love this quote. Joe Kussner is an actual, he's a prof, so David Siegel, Michael Ashton were at Brock University. Prescriptive literature offers clear, if not always attainable advice. Politicians must take a clear leadership role in policy setting and stay out of administration and management. So I'll give you one example to give an example. You're at your arena, you're really happy, you're watching, I don't know, a hockey game or an ice skating a competition, and all of a sudden the Zamboni comes out to clear the ice. You know, you elbow your kid or your spouse, you know, you don't believe that person. It's zigzagging all over the place. There's panes of ice that have to clear. What do? Do you run up to the Zamboni driver and chew him out? Or worse, do you elbow him out of the way, get on the Zamboni and start driving around? Well, you don't do either of those. Now, I know, I used to bring up the Zambonis. I got a better one. The ferry. We act as integrity commissioner for a municipality that's an island. And traditionally, they've had some problems with the ferry system. Well, what happened with one council member, one day, it was a cold day, just think, ooh, it's November, really cold. Where's the ferry captain? He's not there. I'm gonna get in and drive the ferry. And he took it away from the main match. Just taking a risk of the liability. Wow. This is terrible stuff. So stay out of administration and management, the day-to-day management and operations. So I bring the staff. I've had all kinds of fights. I was up in, well, I can't tell you the case, but the mayor said to me, "You're full." Are you kidding? Someone calls me and says the street lights out. I'm going to tell the director of the planning, the public works guy, he has to go fix it. I go, you cannot do that. What happens if you have something really dire and important? You're asking to fix a traffic light that can be, you know, fixed in due course. You may be creating all sorts of liability. And he says, "You're not from a small town, are you?" I said, "It doesn't matter. That's the law." Council staff relations, imperative. Why? Well, in a couple of places, right? It's in a policy. You have to have a council staff relationship policy that sets out who does what. Council governs, sets policy, implements programs, staff carry out the day-to-day administration. Stay in your lane. Don't be like Gordie Howe, or like a Bunting, I guess. I'm a big fan. Okay. And
Ouch,
we indicated before, I forgot I had this slide on here. A municipal code of conduct has to contain a provision dealing with respectful conduct towards everybody, members of the public, yourselves, towards yourselves, right? And most importantly to staff. And there's the quote from Bill and the power imbalance. So I spoke to Janice. I really want to bring this up because I was asking more about this question in the last term. You've told us that as council members, we have to act in the best interest of the municipality and of its residents at all times. How does that work when we're on another body? Like, so, Madam Mayor, you sit on the county council, right? Sorry, Deputy Mayor, you as well, okay.
Yeah.
So when you're on county council, you're on a different council. Same rule applies. So All of a sudden you're going, what? Okay, so you're also probably appointees, some of you are appointees by council on other boards, committees, conservation authority is one, right? And I don't even know the other ones, but from time to time, something will come up, right? And you're a member of both. What are you supposed to do? The rule is, oh, and there it is. So you can be a member by virtue of your office, occupy another tier, and you can be appointed by your council to another body or a municipal corporation, a municipal service corporation, right? So to whom do you owe your duty of loyalty, share obligation? Well, you owe it to the body at the time that you're asked to make a decision and you're sitting on it. So I'll give you an example. Madam Mayor, Mr. Deputy Mayor, you are at County Council and you're going into a closed meeting at County Council. It's important for your municipality to know something there. Do you come back and you go, hey, we're going to have a closed meeting, we're going to tell you what happened at County Council? No, you cannot do that. You owe a fiduciary obligation to the County Council to have that information and to retain it and not to tell the council here unless County Council says you can do that. I recently gave an opinion to a municipality. I don't think it's public, so I'm sorry, I can't tell you where, but it was really fascinating. They are a shareholder of a public utility, sorry, not public utility, a municipal service corporation that provides hydroelectric services. Okay. And there was a question, were the finances really right? So my municipality, this municipality band together 3 other municipalities, hired a lawyer to give them an opinion as to the finances and how they could possibly do something. When the lawyer gave the opinion to the municipality, he said to the CAO, you can give it to all members of council except to Councillor X, because Councillor X was appointed to the Municipal Service Corporation. And she said, she didn't have to say, why? He's a member of council. Why am I excluding him? Happen to be a man, sorry. Why am I excluding him from getting this opinion? He said, well, he has a fiduciary duty. He has to run and tell the board of directors of the service corporation that what the findings were. And she said, that can't be right, John. And I said, I don't think it is right. So I researched it, and I think I ended up giving a 12-page opinion, which basically said you owe a duty of responsibility. So in this case, council itself appointed that member to be a member of the Municipal Service Corporation. It would be completely absurd if he had to just run and tell the Municipal Service Corporation what he found out in council. So it would also be absurd if, as a member of council, through no fault of his own, because he was appointed to this other board of directors, he couldn't get the information that he should be receiving at council. There was no reason to exclude him. So my answer was, you have to understand how the system works. Council is entitled to appoint its own members to other bodies. So you have to read down his fiduciary obligation when he gets the opinion at council and have him running directly to the service corporation. Now you hope he does that. We've given the advice. So that's the answer. I'm going to show you one slide, and it gives a really great illustration. It's in the context. This is slide 34. A council appointing to a local board. This dealt with the Toronto Harbor Commissioner. And I'm just going to read. The applicants believe they are acting in the best interest of the Toronto Harbor Commissioner. It would appear that Mayor Jean Rollins believes that the city appointed commissioners should act in a way that represents the interests of the city. If she believes that the 3 city appointed commissioners are agents of the city, she is in error. They have a responsibility not only to the city, but the Toronto Harbor Commissioner is formed by the federal government as well. So they have an obligation to the federal government and the public. The members must act in the best interest of the Toronto Harbor Commission, regardless of who appointed them, even if that interest is contrary to the wishes of those who appoint. So you can't just go to the county and say, well, I have to vote the way my council voted. It was unanimous. You can't do that. You have to put on your extra hat. Here's one quick illustration. I was giving this talk to to the town of Wichita-Stouffville. And the mayor said to me, "Can I give the example?" I said, "Sure, Mr. Mayor." And he said, "So we have one bus line that runs through here, and it's absolutely important for the town of Wichita-Stouffville. It goes from one end all the way to Yonge Street so people can connect. And it's absolutely imperative." And I voted, like the rest of the council did, unanimously to support that. But when it came at the region, we had to have service cuts because we couldn't afford to continue on. There were only 6 people who said taking the bus every hour. So how did I vote with my regional hat on? And I said, "I hope you voted the right." He said, "I voted against it." I go, "And what did that get you?" He goes, "A lot of criticism." I go, "But that's what you made the right choice, right? You made the right decision." He voted with his regional hat at one point and with his council hat on it. So that's what you have to do. The Walker case is the best articulation I could find. So I'm going to go quickly through this so I can get you and leave some time for questions too. Municipal powers. You'll often see this evocation of municipalities are retired creatures of provincial statutes when the court does not agree with the municipal action and wants to side against it. Okay, a bylaw itself is a creation of the municipality. Because the municipality's authority is delegated by the province constitutionally under Section 92 of the Constitution Act 1867, the bylaw has to find its root, its authority in provincial legislation. So remember, municipal exercises of power are so much more acceptable to challenge than federal or provincial decision making, because the federal and provincial levels of government have inherent constitutional powers. Municipalities do not. Here's your sources of authority. Probably all of those things that are being whittled away by Bill 23, right? So I won't spend a lot of time on that. Bylaws and resolutions, again, I'm not going to spend a lot of time, just quickly. The bylaws, the formal legislation of the municipalities, it's the equivalent of a statute or regulation at the federal or provincial government. I've already, in a sense, quoted 5.1 and 5.3, but I put them back up on the screen for you. But you say, we're a council, but we pass a lot of resolutions. We don't pass a lot of bylaws. Well, a resolution is very different than a bylaw, even though it can be attacked in the same way by an application to quash, because an application to quash, it defines bylaw as a resolution, as including a resolution or an order of the municipality. Resolution indicates the intent of council to do something, not the actual manifestation of the decision. Okay, and as I said before, a number of instances in the Municipal Act where you can act other than by bylaw. But you do have a confirmatory bylaw here. So you have a technical compliance. The confirmatory bylaw, the last bylaw you pass, the second last action, last one is to vote for the adjournment of the meeting, is that it says this confirms all actions, decisions, resolutions, whatever, approvals made at the meeting. So you actually have technical compliance with the bylaw requirement under Section 5.3. So you have to work by bylaws, resolutions, and so on. And how do you do them? You do them at meetings. So meetings are very important. In Ontario, like all jurisdictions dealing with municipalities throughout all of Canada, you have the open meeting rule. The open meeting rule says all meetings have to be open to the public. However, it also says, except as provided in the section. So there's an inherent limitation right there, okay? The purpose of having the open meeting rules to ensure the open and transparent exercise of municipal power, right? And that's what the famous case that went to the Supreme Court of Canada dealing with an interim control bylaw. There was some discussion this morning about what is an interim control bylaw. By the way, I didn't want to state it at the time, but there's a very, very interesting decision called Hummel versus Niagara-on-the-Lake by the Ontario Court of Appeal that came out a couple of months ago that talks about how the town of Niagara-on-the-Lake did everything wrong in enacting its interim control bylaw. There was like 7 wrong errors. What was fascinating about the case is the town was actually successful at the lower level. The applications judge said what they did was okay. And one of the things that they did is they passed an inter-control bylaw within 3 years of having passed the previous inter-control bylaw. I don't know how they missed that, because there's a cooling off period. If you pass an inter-control bylaw, you cannot pass another inter-control bylaw within 3 years. So you have to be careful. And the other mistake that they made is that, well, we passed an inter-control bylaw dealing with that, but now we pass an inter-control bylaw dealing with this. They're 2 different things. Doesn't matter. So please be careful. I once had a situation where there was an area of municipality, for some reason, had a whole bunch of dog kennels and people were complaining. So the municipality passed an inter-control bylaw. They didn't do it over that little area. They passed it over the whole municipality, and then they were stopped from passing an inter-control bylaw for 3 years over the whole municipality because they wanted to settle one little thing dealing with dog kennels. So they made a real mistake there. The open meeting requirement in section 239 relates to a citizen's right to observe municipal government. This is distinct from the right to participate. There's a fascinating decision. I'm going to be speaking about it at AMCTO. And if you're going, I'm going to be speaking about it. If you're going, Janice, to OMAA, it's called Mann versus Saugeen Shores. You need, this is great for municipalities. There's no absolute and unfettered right of any person to demand that they get to stand in front of you and you have to listen. Okay, now your procedure bylaw typically sets out some rules. You may allow delegation. If you do so, you have to be fair, you have to be equitable in how you treat people. Okay, but you can, and this is what's really important, this decision, you can have restrictions. Someone may not be able to come in front of council and just reiterate the same thing that they've said 5-6 times already. They may not be able to come to council and talk about certain subject matters. You are allowed to have in your procedure bylaw certain limitations on what people may be able to delegate to you. This is really important. The other thing that's fascinating about this case is Mr. Mann, who himself is a lawyer, attempted to argue that he was denied meaningful communication, his right under the charter of section 2B, this freedom of expression. He said, not only do I have an entitlement to say what I want to say anytime I want to say it without restriction, I want to hear what every member of council has to say back to me. They have an obligation. Court said, absolutely not. Now I called Kara Van Mile in Saugeen Shores, and I said, is this being appealed? And she said, don't think so. But she says, hold on, like we don't know yet. So really fascinating decision. I've given a couple of opinions over the years that municipal councils sometimes are mistaken. They think someone wants to speak in front of them, they have to hear them. You do not. You have to set fair, equitable ground rules though, okay? Closed meetings, it's permitted. Remember, the open meeting rule says except as provided in the section. There are 14 separate specific subject matter exceptions that you are allowed to meet in a closed session. And let me just say, just because something is sensitive, just because something might be controversial, something might be contentious, is not a reason for you to go on camera. You cannot do so. You can only do so if there's an exception that applies, and your clerk will be well versed in telling you what those are. Most of them are discretionary. There's only 2 that are mandatory. Most of them you don't have to go on camera. But I'll tell you, sometimes it's a very good idea to go in camera. I'll give you one example. Let's just say you want, going back to the situation, you'd like to possibly purchase lands. Deputy Mayor, you look at something, you said, I'd like to have an art gallery. And the rest of the council says it's a great idea. And you find the perfect place for it. Now, would it be maybe appropriate, would it be expected maybe that it would be in the best interest of the person that you're supposed to buy the land from to know that you're interested? Yeah, that person may even come and go, hey, if you're going to do this, let me know. Because the purchase price will go up, right? Is it in the best interest of the municipality for that to be known? Of course not, because the purchase price will go up. You have to protect the municipality. In that case, would you want to have the discussion in an open public session? We want to purchase these lands. And by the way, Ms. LaValle, you're going to go away and you can offer up to this amount. All of a sudden, that amount has increased, right? There are good reasons for you to go in camera sometimes. And at some point during this council term, each one of you will be pressured. Don't discuss it in camera. You shouldn't do that. You should always be open and transparent. That's wrong. There are very good reasons, but you'll be guided by your CAO and by your treasurer, by your clerk, and others as to what is appropriate. It's ultimately council's decision to make. Okay. MFIPA, it applies to institutions, which includes the municipality. The rights, the purposes of the act are set out right there. You don't even have to discern what they are. They're set out in section 1. Information should be made available to the public. Necessary exemptions from the right of access should be limited and specific. Okay, great. Every person has a right of access to a record that's in the custody or control of the municipality, unless the record or part of the record falls within one of the exceptions. The IPC has, for many years since its inception, had a predilection, a bias towards disclosure. The IPC loves to have things disclosed. Okay, it favors disclosure. The institution bears the onus of demonstrating why a record is to be excluded. It's important for you to know that as a member of council, you do not have any greater right to any record that is otherwise protected under FIPA, the PETA, or I forgot the acronym for the health legislation. You cannot get that information. So it would be inappropriate for you to go and ask the bylaw enforcement officer who filed that complaint. You cannot do that. That's something that you can't get at. The only information that you will have that the public doesn't have or can't get access to is confidential information from a closed meeting, which is the cardinal rule. You're not to disclose confidential information from a closed meeting. Sorry, closed meeting. I do want to mention this because it's something that's been really. This is slide 51. There is, though, I'm going to go back. Just bear with me. Slide 48. Purposes of the act. Information should be available to the public and necessary exemptions should be limited and specific. Right of access to a record of any person is there unless the record falls within one of the exceptions. And yet the IPC has for years perpetuated this legal fiction that says councillor records, if they are constituency records, political records, or personal records, do not fall within the realm of disclosable responsive records. I don't get it. Are they trying to say that a council member is not a key stakeholder and a key player and participant in the local government context? Because I think this is what they're trying to say. I believe this is a legal fiction. There's no definition of a constituency record. There's no definition of a political record, and there's no definition of a personal record. So it contravenes the very basis of the access to information in section 4 of the act. Now, I was going on my little soapbox and I was speaking to a group of August integrity commissioners, and I saw someone at the end when I was going, this is a legal fiction perpetuated by the Information and Privacy Commissioner for over 30 years. They made an error in one of their first decisions. By the way, all of these decisions that seek to shield council records are based on an original decision made under FIPA, the provincial statute, dealing with what? Dealing with the records of a minister. I would submit to you that a minister of the crown is in a very different position, having executive powers to do a whole bunch of things, than a member of council who can only act in concert with a quorum of council and a majority of members in order to get something done. So anyway, I said this and I said, these are terrible. And I think I even was a little polite. This was a gentleman at the end of the table who was looking at it, very animated. Oh, wow, he must really be enjoying this. Right. So anyway, I finished my talk. Gentleman makes a beeline towards me, holds out his hand, and he says, Mr. Mascarenhas, I heard what you were saying. I was fascinated by it. By the way, my name is Sidney Linden. I was the First Information Privacy Commissioner in Ontario. I'm thinking, man, why didn't someone tell me he was in the room? Know your audience. Defamation, my last topic for today. And really, I want to talk about, I talked a little bit about defamation before. Defamation, the Prudhomme case, it was a case dealing with council members. It went to the Supreme Court of Canada. And the Supreme Court said an action in defamation involves two fundamental values. And there's tension, there's competing things. The right of someone to express themselves, right of freedom of expression under Section 2B of the Charter, and the right of every individual person to protect their reputation. And those two come in conflict. So what is defamation? Defamation is a statement or communication that discredits the reputation of another person, okay? It is something that could be in a written format, it could be in an oral format, so libel or slander. To recover damages, a person who feels that they've been defamed must prove that a statement or a publication, one is defamatory, so it discredits their reputation. Two, it actually refers to them. And three, it's communicated to a third person. Now, this is really easy to do in the social media context, right? Because that's what happens to social media? Instantaneous worldwide dissemination of someone's views, usually the lowest common denominator of views. There are a number of defenses to defamation. Justification, that it's true, right? Absolute privilege, which is what your counterparts at the federal and provincial government have. Something spoken in a parliamentary proceeding, absolute privilege. Okay, fair comment. That means that's when someone can satirize or mock you. A couple of years ago, I was writing a number of reports against, the best way I can describe it is a very, don't want to criticize, but it's sort of like a neo-Nazi council. And he didn't like it. And he called me a fascist, and he actually put up a fake website, me with the little Hitler mustache. Called me, I think he called me Mussolini or something, I guess my Italian heritage or something. And I looked at it and I went like, this is defamation. My marketing department said, we think that's fair comment. It's actually kind of funny. What do I know? The last defense, responsible communication, that's a journalistic defense. This says if a journalist has done enough due diligence, they don't have to be absolutely perfect. Okay, that's it. I want to talk to you about qualified privilege. So absolute privilege is absolute immunity, right? The Wells and Shears case talks about it. While municipal councils do not enjoy absolute privilege that applies to debates in Parliament and the legislatures, the courts have held that the words spoken at a municipal council meeting may be protected by qualified privilege. It's a form of conditional immunity. And what's really interesting, it doesn't apply to the actual statement. It applies to the context in which the statement is given. So if you actually say something in a council meeting, not way before the council meeting, not way after it, not on social media, you may be protected. However, there are two limitations. One, you can't do it out of malice. It can't be malicious. You can't call someone a criminal to really criticize. Okay. Now, if they really are a criminal and they've been incarcerated, then justification will protect you. But you can't call someone a criminal if maybe there's just some hints, rumors, and allegations out there. And two, if the statement is made and it goes way beyond the duty that you're having. So you're talking to someone and you're saying, I'm sorry, sir, I've heard your delegation. That's just not true. You're giving us a bunch of information. And by the way, you're an adulterer. That's wrong. Okay, so be really careful with privilege and qualified privilege. If you say it in the council chamber, you will likely be protected unless it's malicious or just extends way beyond. Okay. But if you go outside and do it the next day and you say the exact same thing, you might not be protected. So please be very careful with what you say. There's a number of cases. I won't have time to go into them, but qualified privilege has been considered to be extended Gutowski, which was a case out of Frontenac County, talked about speech that was uttered during the course of a council meeting. And the problem in that case, and what was looked at, is there was no code of conduct and nothing in the procedure bylaw that actually covered decorum. And the court said, you know what? Maybe a question here. The communications to council from a constituent may be protected under qualified privilege if it's, you know, in a council agenda. And the entire land use planning process under the Planning Act extends to the public posting of information. So there's a provision very Rob and Per would know it. It's in the Planning Act very early on. It's like just subsection 1.1 or something. It says any information that is provided as part of a land use planning application that's required is public information. So what happened in Clearview Township, they posted this information, which Thatcher, Craig, and several other people said, that's defaming us. You had a responsibility not to publish that. And this case says the opposite. It's the Court of Appeal. And I must say it was Madam Justice Feldman who wrote the majority decision. I articled under Madam Justice Feldman. So I always look out for her decisions. My conclusions, member of council, and I'm just a little bit beyond my hour. You've been elected. Congratulations. You now have very limited power and authority. Remember, the power is exercised by a majority of council. You as individuals have no unilateral power to do and direct staff and to tell people exactly, you know, how to do their things or to implement decisions or enter contracts, so on. You have a lot of duties and responsibilities. So my list is be prepared to read a lot, attend many meetings, try to listen, and you've been very kind and respectful to me. So believe number 3 aside, you've been great today. Be prepared to compromise often, empathize with the views of everybody, not just special interests, or again, with maybe that segment that voted for you, right? Act with integrity at all times, not just when it's convenient or sometimes. Seek to build consensus and not, you know, create divisions. I know it's really hard. And I hate what I see in the States, and I hate it coming up here in certain places. I really hope it doesn't extend up to beautiful Selma. And please try to work with and not against that. They're there to help you. They're there to do what you'd like them to do. And if they say no to you, please understand that sometimes they do have responsibilities. The senior members are fiduciaries. They have to look out for the best interests. And please don't take this the wrong way. But in one way, you are political animals. You look at things and go, every 4 years, right? Staff are aware of that, but they can't look at things like that. And my submission to you, my last takeaway is, you can't look at it like that. So, Madam Mayor, that's my presentation. I'd be pleased to take any questions on this or anything else that you may like. And I do realize that.
Thank you very much, John, for your presentation. And I will open it to questions, but just be aware, council, that there are members of staff that are here that have to go to a meeting at 2. So make it short and quick, whatever you have to say. Deputy Mayor Blatt.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Sennis. Thanks for the presentation. It was very informative. I just want to clarify the one question you said you get asked the most with regards to council members sitting on other bodies and so on. So if something is brought to council in camera, for instance, your example of the 3 municipalities getting together to look at whether this utilities company had problems with their books. If that's provided to a member of council in camera, and we go to that next meeting of that utilities, are we required to provide them with that information that was given to us? No.
Actually, you cannot provide that
Okay.
information. Now, and I'll be brief. What's very difficult, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
But what I wanted to say is, you have that information.
Yeah.
And I'm here.
Yeah.
You can deal with that information if you think. You can deal with that information as you think appropriate, but you cannot disclose it.
Okay.
There'll be probably some other members there who will be in the same position.
Yeah, because the way you said it, you ran to the meeting and I thought, okay, you're going to the meeting to tell them, but you're not.
No, you're not.
Okay, I understood. That's what I thought. So just for clarification, if it's in camera, not in the public record, our responsibility there is to keep it in camera as a member of council. not bring it to the other committee. One other quick question. You mentioned that we are not members of staff. Yet I had probably 15 different employee related courses to take between the county and the township, WMIS, HIPAA, all of these other courses we were required to take. Not being a member of staff, why would we have to take those courses?
I cannot answer that. I think they're trying to make you aware, maybe things that staff need to know and what you need to know about that. But for instance, I would say it's imperative for you to know about the Occupational Health and Safety Act. As the deciding members, you're the employer of the staff. And yes, you can take advantage, that's the wrong word, but you can't bring a claim to that or complaint, but you could be subject to it. So that's one reason. But clearly the law said you're not an employee. You get recompense for your public service, but it's not an employee.
Okay, yeah, it was somewhat implied that it was required training, but obviously it's not required then, technically.
I don't know what that training is, so I'd be speaking in a vacuum. So I really can't comment any further than I just did.
Okay, that's fine. I'll leave it at that. I just,
A lot of them have to do with policies that are given to employees, and yes, we should know about them. Even though we only have one employee, we're still responsible for the employees of the township. So we should know about what those policies are, correct, Janice?
Yeah, for sure. I think there's value in that, just in terms of the knowledge piece where it's a policy. And sometimes we have in a policy that our policy applies to council beyond whether or not you're an employee, as John has described it. The WMIS training, you might be right, Ron, that might have been something that perhaps we didn't, and I don't know if we did or the council or the county did. Maybe it
Was that
isn't
county?
something that is absolutely required, but again, it's again, when you're involved with any organization, it's good information to have. So
yeah, no, and I'm not disputing that it's important information to have. I just, the way it was approached, I thought it was because we're an employee that we had to take, mandatory training, but apparently it's not. So good information, but not mandatory.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Koulis.
Can you just quickly go over the difference between a citizen's right to observe versus the right to participate? I just want
Yeah.
that to really sink in.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Very, very quickly. You televise your council meetings, they have to be open meetings, and you allow people to come in to see. People are allowed to observe what's happening, but that's very different from them saying, you have to hear what I have to say, and I'm going to stand up and say it. That's what participatory rights are. Now, when you're having a statutory public meeting like a planning act matter, of course, that's when people come, that's the whole purpose. So they are allowed to come, but you can set limits. You can only speak for 3 minutes, 5 minutes, or something like that. That's the difference between observing and believe me, residents don't think that. They think that they have a right to always go in front of council if they have something important. And in fact, they may have something that is important, but they don't have a right to necessarily stand in front of council. If you have an open forum session, that was what happened in Saugeen Shores. The council said 15 minutes total, 3 minutes most for any person. And of course, Mr. Mann wanted to speak for however long. And he just didn't have that right. And he wanted to keep reiterating things. There's a great decision out by Justice Myers who said, just because you keep repeating something over and over and louder each time doesn't make it more effective.
And a good example of that, Councillor Koulis, would be with our question period. We allow the public come in to ask a question. That doesn't give them the right to give us a diatribe after they've asked the question. So I cut whoever it was off last time and said, sorry, you've asked your question. That's it. Yeah. So I think, yep.
Just to follow up to clarify, because you're not employed by us, you're employed by the municipality, or I'm just curious the extent to which we can communicate with you.
Yeah, typically I communicate with staff. I don't look. Council members, members call me, and the next thing I do is I call the CAO and say, I got a call from a council member. I don't want to be rude, but I can't give you advice directly. I'm not your lawyer. I am responsible to the corporation and I get my direction from staff. Certainly council can say, Ms. LaValle, can you get Mascaron to give an opinion? Or could you get, in the coming meeting or something? Yes, of course you do, but I'm not being disrespectful, but I can't speak to each one of you. You may have 5 different positions. Imagine if each one of you calls, start asking me for my opinion. First of all, it would be very expensive, right? But it's just not the way it works. I get it. Yeah, it comes through the administration.
Okay, if it's something outside of our hat as a counselor, like what if we're just a general citizen with a question about municipal law, has nothing to do with the township? Just curious, like as an academic, can I ask you questions about case law? Is there a line here where I cannot cross?
Well, I could if I
Just
don't
'cause
know
the
which
hats,
study,
right?
But sure, I've had council members who've gone to law school. They've called me and we've talked. I've done it as a goodwill gesture, as a professional courtesy. But I'm not turning around and billing the municipality for that.
Yeah.
That would be completely
Yeah.
inappropriate, right? So no, for instance, I don't know, Councilor Boyer, I just happen to know that you're an author. If you wanted to bounce something off me, sure, right? But that's not a problem. You do it as a professional courtesy, but you couldn't say, John, I'm doing this. By the way, I'm sure it's taken up a lot of your time. Could you research this for me? I can't go with this. That would be wrong.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, John, for your presentation. And we're just going to finish off with our council meeting. Madam Clerk.
I do really appreciate the opportunity to have you come in front of me. I know you got a lot. Thank you so much. It was nice to be in front of you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, did we have any questions for question period? Thank you very much. We will now go down to our confirming bylaw. I need a motion to Councillor Henry, Councillor Boyko, seconds, all in favor. That's carried, and a motion to adjourn. Councillor Henry, Deputy Mayor Black, all in favor.